Nope, it says cancel. Oh, here, we get a countdown. I don't know if you can see that countdown.
I saw the
Will we?
countdown here,
Okay,
but
good. So we are live.
no, we're not. Well, wait a minute. I know there's a delay. Hi, good morning.
Good
Yeah,
morning,
there's.
everybody, and welcome to Let's Sew with Gail Designs. So today I have a guest, and she's a returning guest from the Night Owl Crafting. I'm hearing an echo.
You are, and I'm about to fix that.
Okay, and so hello, I'm Gail, and my name of my channel is Gail Designs. I don't know why I always forget that. But anyway, so welcome everybody, and welcome to those that are watching in the bushes. And what that means is if you're watching, but you're not in the chat. So it's just a little thing that we say. It's like you're watching in the bushes. And then also thank you for those that are watching the replay. Today, I have a guest, and she's my returning guest from Monday's Night Owl Crafting. And she is showing us how to make her version of the project bag. And we did part of it on Monday, and we'll recap that. And then we're going to finish it up today. And I'm going to let her introduce herself, and then I'll get into the chat and say hello to the chat.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for showing up this morning. My name is Tracie Murray, and I was in one of Miss Gail's Night Owl Crafting, and we had a discussion about double-sided fusible fleece, and she asked me to show her how it works. And I was like, fine, and I have a project, and I'm going to bring this bag over so you can see it. It is a giant craft tote. I do a lot of quilting and regular sewing and things. And so I wanted a bag that I could
I'm
take
bringing you
along.
over.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
With me that would hold all of the things because, quilts get really big. And so it's a combination of a couple of project totes that I've made. And I just kind of Tracy-fied it and made it fit my lifestyle and things that I need. So we started it on Monday. And the recap from Monday is that, let me start at the beginning. We took 1 yard of fabric. We cut it down the fold of the fabric. We inserted our fusible interfacing and the double-sided fusible interfacing between both of the pieces. From there, we fused it with an iron. I used my Cricut mini press. Miss Gail actually fused it with the iron. And I did say that you put it on a heat press. You do want to be careful that if you have some of the fusible extending past the sides of the fabric, you might want to put some Teflon on it. You can cut it down to size. I normally do not cut this project until after I have fused the interfacing on and then quilted. With the double-sided fusible interfacing, you don't have to quilt your project if you don't want to. The first bag I made, I didn't quilt it. I just used the double-sided fusible interfacing and let it go. The second bag I made as a gift for a friend, and I actually embroidered her logo in the center of the back of it so that she could see it. Did I do it on the flap? I think I did it on the center back, and if I had a picture, I would show you, but I don't have a picture of it. So, because it was a gift for her and I gave it to her. The third one I've made is the one that you just saw. That one, I sourced the fabric from Hobby Lobby. And instead of cutting the fabric down the side, because the fabric is also, the lining and the core fabric is the same, I just inserted the double-sided fusible in it and fused it all together, so I didn't cut it down one side. I was being lazy. And I did quilt on top of that. Miss Gail was great. She did her famous diamond design on hers, and I just stitched one line like 2 inches apart. And hello, everyone coming in. So we should be ready to start sewing. Miss Gail was working on her handle when we left the live Monday night. So I had just made a suggestion to her for her handle. My handle is going to be webby, but Miss Gail finds the webbing is rough on her hands, and I understand that. So I made a suggestion to her that she could enclose the webbing with her fabric, and that way she would have the sturdiness of having the webbing, but she gets to have the touch of her fabric. And there are some pieces that we need to cut, or I'm sorry, that we cut Friday. So for my window, I used a 7.5-inch piece of, this is an iridescent vinyl that I purchased from Michael's a little while ago. It was on such a good price that I had them give me all that they had. And because it's iridescent and it's multiple colors, it will change colors with the project that I'm using. So on the yellow bag over there, it looks yellow, but with this one, it looks green, and that's because it's surrounded by a green lining. And all I did was, we have two 3-inch pieces that I ironed down the middle. Then I brought the insides to the middle and ironed again, and I wrapped that around the vinyl to protect the vinyl. We're going to stitch those down. I have a zipper that is the width of my fabric. And as you can see, my zipper is longer. I will, after I stitch it in, cut it down. And this was a zipper by the yard. So we just put the zipper pull in it. And my daughter, I want to make sure I put the zipper pull in the correct direction so that she can pull it left to right, because that's how she chooses to pull it. But if you want to do it the opposite direction, you can. It's just about how you place it and which side you put the facing on, whether you do it left to right or right to left.
And I'm making a note right now where I want it. I want mine. I want to unzip it. So I want from left to right. So right. I need the little zipper pull on the left side so I can pull it to the right. I was just looking at. So I'm going to make my note here so that I can.
And Miss Gail is making a zipper tab for her zipper. I am not.
Okay, so zipper pull on left to pull right. Okay.
So the other thing to note that's different about mine than Miss Gail's is Miss Gail's project is not directional. Mine is directional. And I'm actually making this particular bag for my daughter. And she informed me, because we were using a directional fabric, that she wanted all of the pieces to be right side up. So basically, after I sandwiched the fusible and the lining together and I did my quilting, I marked the space where I want the vinyl to be, which is where you see let me hold it up correctly. The opening for the green, that is the space for the vinyl. And then I folded the top piece down, I folded the bottom piece up, I cut, and then I restitched them together. And I restitched it in such a way that, oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought I had that silenced. I do apologize about that, Ms. Gail. I swore I had silenced the phone. Apparently, phone calls are still coming through.
Yeah, and I will put mine on airplane mode, and phone calls still come through. Okay. And what baffles me is, while you're on a phone talking, phone calls still come through. It's like,
yeah, and because I'm trying to do it and we're doing this, I'm actually like not doing it in the right manner. There we go. Hit the button.
So welcome in, everyone. I'll when she gets done with her intro, I'll get into chat and say hello to each one of you.
Right. And so and all I did was replace the fabric to make sure that it was facing the right side. I stitched it together and left my little opening, and that's where I am. What we have left to do is put the handle on, put the zipper on, put the vinyl, stitch up the sides, and add the side bindings.
And
Back
that's
to you,
that.
Michelle.
Snap, snap,
That's
snap.
it.
But we'll see how
Exactly.
long it really takes. But this is my first time. As you all know, I'm going to go ahead and switch us. As you all know, I've been sewing since I was 9 years old. I have put in zippers in pants. I put zippers in dresses. This is going to be my first time putting a zipper. Oh no, I take that back. I used to make wallets with zippers. So anyway, since I started back to sewing again, this will be my first time doing a zipper. And I love the way that we're going to be doing this because it seems to be like it's going to be flawless.
Yes.
So let me come in here and welcome Sharon Davenport for coming in and being here, and then Anita Haskins. And once again, StreamYard, because StreamYard is black and gray, I can't see where the little thing is to scroll down. So Anita Haskins, Geneva Coleman, Quality Qualities Creations, Dance Designs. Welcome in, everyone, and thank you for coming in. Then we have Bobby with EE Handmade with Love. So Pearl Creations, welcome in. Scrolling, and I think I'm at the bottom. Okay, and then like again, welcome to everyone that is watching but not in chat. Please, everyone, remember to hit the thumbs up button, even if you're watching and not in the chat. And for those of you watching the replay, um, I I am working on getting to 500. Hey, Danny. Last I looked, I'm at 487. So my birthday is the 16th. That was my goal, was to get to my 500 for my birthday. I had made, this is Belle, Belle, and she is my blessing bell. I made her, and she's easy to make, just a bell and some lace and some ribbons, and of course she had to have long hair. Anyway, so when I get blessed, I will ring the bell. And I'm ringing the bell because on Monday night, I got cash apped, so anyway, so I'm ringing the bell. There we go. It's a learning curve. You can't just go like this. It just spins in there. Anyway, so thank you for the cash app. Okay, thank you for the cash app, for blessing the channel with the cash app. So,
Congratulations.
thank you. So with those blessings, then I'm able to buy supplies for the channel, so I can do continue with the show. So as Tracie had mentioned, I had stitched this. This is my handle for my, and a handle is optional. But I says, and she was saying, now, do you want to put a pocket in it? That's optional. I go, I want all of the options while I have you with me live, so load me up with those options.
No
So
problem.
I'm making a handle. I did stitch it on Monday, and then I decided, it seemed kind of flimsy. And so I cut, this is a scrap piece of my batting, the cotton batting, which is actually, I think it's called Heat and Zap, but I love it. And I had it cut. And of course, I didn't go to bed till 7:30 Tuesday morning after night owl crafting. And so I did nothing yesterday. I mean, I sat here, I didn't even turn the laptop on, and I just sat here and I was mindlessly scrolling on my phone and playing games, earning some money. And then it was 6 p.m. and I'm like, what the heck? So anyway, so I didn't get this done, and I'm glad I didn't, because she had told me about adding the webbing instead. And so this is nylon webbing. And I'm going to go ahead and use that because I want to save the cotton webbing for rhinestone, um, doing the wristlets with that. But this is the shiny stuff. And I see I have it taped at both ends. So that must mean I need to melt it. I just
Yeah,
had I just had scraps, of this that was given to me. So, and I do have my other camera on. Um, and so I'm just going to put it in here, and I guess I should better cut it down and melt it before. And I think that's why I never used this, is because I don't really like flames. I don't like that. And so anyway, so it's going to fit right in here, and then I'll stitch it here and here, and then we'll be fine. So again, this is optional. And the other option is a pocket, adding a pocket. And so I made my pocket, and I'll show you. Thank you, Anita. Everybody's got their thing, and it's well, I want the blessing bell, and and it's a great project to do for. It's the bell is it's easy to make. It's just a wooden bead and a bell and scraps of lace and ribbons and stuff. And so it'd be a great project to do with kids for the holidays, or your craft fair. So I'm going to show you my what I've got. And oh yeah, we sandwiched everything in here. So I did. Let me see if I can. Let me turn on this camera. Well, never mind. Um, so mine I did, and you've all seen this fabric before. I make a lot of things with it, and I did the diamond pattern. I love the diamond pattern. And then this is the same as this, but it's in the lavender. So this is the darker purple is my outside, the lavender is the inside. And so this is, I did the darker thread so that it'll be the contrasting for the inside. And then this is my pocket that I made. I made it out of the grunge, which will go inside. And I'm using the clear vinyl. And then for the straps that are going to go on the zipper and on the edge of the vinyl is the grunge. So my front pieces are going to be with the grunge, and then my side pieces and my handle are of the lavender floral. So and then my zipper is, I really like this. So what I love about this, and of course she'll demo it, is you're going to, so you 3-inch strip, and then it's folded in half, and then the edges are folded in. And then on the fold, and correct me if I didn't understand, hey Robin's Creations, because she gave all the things on Monday before we signed off. So the fold part is going to go up by the zipper, and then that leaves this as the opening, that then the vinyl will go in on one side,
correct.
right? And
Correct.
then you have 3 of these strips. So then the other strip, the fold will go along the zipper, and then this opening will attach to the top part of your bag.
Correct.
And then the other strip will go
On the bottom of the vinyl.
along. Now, is the fold going on the bottom,
Now
or
we're actually going to enclose the vinyl
okay?
in the strip. So there
Okay.
are no raw edges. So there's no raw edges. The strip is in. Yes,
Okay. So that will go all the way up, the vinyl butting up against into the fold.
absolutely.
And then you're going to attach this to the lower half of it. So then you'll have like what did you call it? A
A
sausage
tube.
or
Yep.
a egg roll.
Yep. We're
And
gonna make a tube.
but a tube, that's better. So, but before we do that, we're going to be doing the handle, right? We're going to sew the handle
Yes.
on. Okay,
Yep.
I
You're
better
gonna
get
sew
my,
them. So for you, the first thing we're gonna do is, well, for not just you, for you and me, we're gonna sew the handle on.
okay,
After we sew the handle on, you are going to insert your pocket. I don't have a pocket in this project. Miss Gail needs a pocket, so she's putting a pocket in this project. So for her, she'll be putting the pocket in. After we do the pocket, then I attach the strips to the vinyl, and I stitch the strips down to the vinyl so the vinyl is enclosed. The reason why we're stitching the strips, and they're like a facing strip to the vinyl, in this way, it will make it easier to sew. Vinyl likes to stick to the bed of the machines. You know, it's like plastic on plastic. They're like a magnet and they like to attract each other. So because we've enclosed the edges of the vinyl within the fabric, it'll make it easier to sew against the bed of the machine, and it'll go in easier. After we enclose the vinyl with the facing strips, we will sew the piece for the zipper, excuse me, and then we will attach the vinyl piece with the zipper to the bag, top and bottom pieces, and then we're going to stitch down the sides and then add the facings to the edges so there are no raw edges on this bag. Are you ready to burn your ends off?
apparently not.
There's normally with that one. Did I take it
Is there
back?
a lock?
Yeah, there's a lock, and then there's another thing. After you unlock it, there's a piece that you push up, and then you pull the. See, I'm searching for it. So for me on this one, so do you have this little piece right here?
Oh, I should read the instructions that are on the package. Okay, so it says directions: pull ignition trigger with index finger, adjust flame. So to adjust flame, so there is no
So you just
lock on this.
no,
I
because
just
I
need to
have a
not be.
little. Well, this is where you adjust the flame on this side, and then I have this little button on mine. So you have to make sure you push the button up and then pull the trigger in order to get the flame out.
Okay, there is no.
And you don't have the button like right here, right? You don't have a button right here?
No, I just have this is an adjuster. It's got
So then, yeah, on
a
that one
plus.
you should just be able to pull it, and you may need to adjust your flame. It may just be you need to like make the flame bigger. You need right,
Okay, you just have to click really hard.
right. Well, because they don't want you to accidentally have anything run up against it.
Okay, so I want it smaller than that. At least it didn't. Okay, I think it's as small as it goes.
And there should be an arrow on it to show you like a plus or a minus, like which way increases and which way
Yeah.
decreases. So down should make it get smaller and up should make it get.
Okay, so it just slides back and forth, and this one is plus, and this is the minus.
Right.
So, all right. So that's kind of low enough. All right. So let me go ahead and cut this. At least it didn't like a really high flame.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut this because it's kind of sticky from the um
From the tape.
yes, thank
No
you.
worries. I got you this morning, sort of, kind of.
Yeah. So Tracy comes to us from the West Coast. So she's 2 hours behind me and 3 hours behind all you from the East Coast.
Not so long. You just want to barely touch it because you just want to barely melt the ends. Because if you leave it in the flame too long, it'll actually like put black marks on it. Yep. And yep.
Okay. Whew. All right. So another first you're witnessing. My first time doing that. But yeah, it's and hopefully my son's a firefighter. He gives all kinds of rules. Wait. Like those plugins that people use for fragrances.
Yes.
Is the number one cause of household fires because that oil gets hot.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I can understand that. Okay.
When I had a cleaning business, that's the first thing I did when I entered in their home is unplugged all of those, not because of the flames, because I didn't know about it at that time, but because of the scent.
Yes.
I'm highly allergic to, all right, let me, synthetic scents. All right. That afraid just me touching it. All right, let me do this so I don't shoot at my laptop and just barely touch it.
You just want to barely touch it. You just want to just melt the ends. And after you finish that one, you might want to do the one that you cut off on the other side, your extra, so it's already done. And that way you don't have to put the tape on the end. Yep, there you go.
All right, let me take this tape off and then do that. There. Whew, okay. Let me trim off that so those little pieces don't catch fire. Because what I don't want to do is demonstrate the fire blanket.
Absolutely not.
I mean, not that I mean, I would if totally necessary, but we got other things to do today.
Yes, we do.
Let's move on. All right, so that's in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and stitch that, and then my handle's ready for assembly. And I put that close to where it's supposed to go, but anyhow. Thanks again for everyone coming in. I said hello to Robin. I haven't seen anybody else come in after Robin. But if you did come in and I didn't say hello, hello, and welcome in. And oh, this is the extra piece. All right. So I am using my Brother XR3774, which also was a blessing. I was gifted this, and she wishes to remain anonymous, but she loves seeing me use it. Here's my zipper foot. I'm putting it on top of my laptop. All right, so let me go ahead and turn on that camera, and I'll go ahead and make this big because you have your handle already. Oh yeah, your handle's already made because you're using webbing.
Correct. And all I'm going to do is when it's time to get that to that step, we're just going to sew it on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Oh, you know what? So now that we discovered how to move my needle
Oh,
to the center, now I don't know where my eighth is. Okay, this looks okay. Let me go.
but if you're gonna sew it, say it. Don't stumble over your words. The 1/4 inch from the edge, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't have to be the 1/8 inch from the edge. It can be the 1/4 inch from either edge. It will
I
still,
like the eighth.
which will be a little bit better because you will definitely be sewing through the webbing, and you know you're not barely catching the webbing. You know that you should absolutely be stitching the webbing down and closing the edges up.
All right, so we're going to go ahead with the 1/4
Yes,
inch.
ma'am.
Now that now that I know where the 1/4 inch is, I was like having to sew left left-handed, which I can do both, so that's good.
Good morning, Miss Shay Shay.
Hi, Shay. I'm so stitching on the fold, and I see what you mean, because then you can do the adjustments to this opening area
Exactly.
by doing the fold first. I always thought you had to close it up first and then do it.
No, I normally stitch on the fold side first. That way, if I didn't iron it correctly or fabric puffs or bubbles, it goes out to the edge and I can make that adjustment without having to worry that I put a crease because of where the fold is from the iron. And so you can tuck things in better, you can fold them in better. And then I stitch down the open edge, and then a lot of times I will go back in and throw a third stitching in between in the middle, between the 2 1/4 inch stitching lines. And if you do this piece 3 inches, you fold down the middle and iron, and then you fold the edges into the middle and iron. The presser foot should fit very neatly in between the 2 sets of stitches. So you'll have 3 rows of stitches that are evenly spaced across it. And that just, it works for me. So occasionally, as I was saying to Miss Gail the other day, occasionally what I'll do is I will do 2 straight stitches on the side, and then the third stitch in the middle of the handle. I'll use one of the decorative stitches on the machine just to see what it looks like, and then it gives it another little extra pop. And then you've played with the stitch on your machine. And for this project, we're also using a regular universal needle, 7511, but I do have a vinyl needle for the vinyl. The vinyl needles tend to be sharper and put a smaller hole in the vinyl. The one good slash bad thing about vinyl is it is unforgiving. So if you make a mistake in your vinyl, a stitching mistake in your vinyl, you more or less have to cut it off because you've put permanent holes in it. So you'll have to cut off those edges and stitch again.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do.
Are you going to do the one down the middle? Or are you going to do something else on the edge because you don't feel comfortable?
Yes,
Okay.
because this is open, so I'm going to go ahead and do the edge. But I'll show.
No.
So otherwise, it looks good.
Yeah.
So for those that didn't catch this, so my strap, I wrapped it around webbing. So I have nylon webbing in there. It doesn't matter what kind you have in there. I just have no other use for the nylon webbing, and so I put it in there. I chose that one instead of one that I can make rhinestone wristlets out of. Okay, so me, you know what? I'm just going to move that needle over to the left where I know the 1/8 of an inch marking is. And that's just a preference. It's not something that needs to be done. I was going to go ahead and use the cotton batting in there to give it, loft for quilting. So there's just all kinds of options. Hey, Queenie, how are you doing? So Tracie, she's saying she's in Vegas as well.
Oh, hi. We might need to
That's
get together.
Bedazzling Design. Yeah, she's retired too. She does a lot of bowling, so she does traveling with that. But
I bowl too.
we just lost your camera.
I know, and I'm trying to figure out why. That's why you guys see me over here with my head tilted to the side, trying to figure out like what it did and why it did it. So
I Boyd Apparel and Designs LLC. Welcome in. Welcome
because
back.
it keeps saying I'm here, but it.
All right, let me switch over to where I can see when your camera comes in. Yeah,
I just killed it totally. I have no idea why it did what it did. I am going to check a setting to see.
So Queenie, Tracie gets together at the library and oh no, excuse me, sewing center.
Yeah,
And
I go to Soye. They have the open sew days during the week. Open sew is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So you sign up online, you bring your machine, you bring your project. If you don't have a machine, you can actually rent a machine from them for the day. And we get there and I have no idea why it did what it did, but we are going.
was it your phone?
No, I've got the 2 tablets going. So what I'm going to
Okay,
do
so is it
is
something that does it need to be charged maybe? Because when you live stream, it runs the battery down quick.
No, so what I did is both of the tablets are connected to the charger. Because I thought, let me make sure that I don't run into that issue. I'm going to see about trying to come back in. I did just change the display time. So maybe it timed out for inactivity.
Oh, do you know how to shut that off?
I just did this particular one. This tablet is an older tablet that we have because I don't get rid of anything. So this tablet is an older device.
Oh, there you are.
And so, I had to like make sure it had all of its network updates because we hadn't used it in a while. It's a backup to the backup to the backup. Um, but so I made sure I had charged it, and I made sure because I've got two tablets going that I'm sitting over here with chargers on both of them. So I had, when did I buy this? I bought it earlier this year. I bought a and I bought it off of Amazon. It has 4 prongs and 6 charging ports for your devices. And the reason why I bought it is when my daughter and I travel, when you go to the hotel, all of the plugs are not in the same spot. And if I have a phone and a tablet and she has a phone and a tablet, there's not enough ports. You've got your devices scattered all over the hotel room to
Yeah.
charge them. So I looked up on Amazon. I want to tell you, it cost me like $25. And so it has 4 plugs and then it has 6 charging ports on it. 3 of them are USB-C, 3 of them are the straight USB. And so that way, when we travel and we go places, we can just plug it up once, plug up all of the devices to it, and there we go. So when I go to Soye, I actually use it there because when I'm sewing at Soye, sometimes I'm speaking to the ladies, but most of the time I'm looking at the replays of the people that I missed the day before. So, or if there's somebody live that I'm watching, then I'll watch them there. And so I'm always plugged up and always charged, and the machine is charged, and I'm not taking up the plugs, a lot of plugs that the other ladies are using. I just take up one plug.
Yeah. So she says okay, cool. Getting ready to have knee replacement. We'll have to check them out. And then Marlise, the savvy crafter, is here, and she's from the West Coast,
Good
California.
morning, everybody.
And
That's still on West Coast
welcome
time.
in, Marlise.
I
Huh?
said, good morning, everybody. That's still on West Coast time.
Yep. It's just you West Coast girls. The rest of us are all afternoon already. Okay, so I have my strap done. I like this.
Okay.
So I did
Yes.
a 1/4 inch seam first, and then I did the 1/8 inch stream.
Yes.
So I'm not going to do one down the middle. I like
Oh,
the
look at that.
I call
Yeah.
it kind of like the jean,
Yeah.
side seam.
Yeah.
Um, my hair always wants to get included in the projects. So anyway, so there I have my strip done. So are we doing, we're gonna, okay, so I think you said,
Yep.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I think you said
You're going to
we
fold up.
fold this
Yep.
down.
You're going to fold that up, and
And
then
then,
you're just going to do one line of stitching across the edge of it. Not the fold, but the edge, because you're trying to make sure you have no raw edge. So you want to do your stitch line close to the, close to there. Yes, that side.
the,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right, while I do this, you want to show Queenie what you're making.
Sure.
So we're making a project bag, and I have all the materials and the supplies in the description. I didn't put measurements in there because you can make these as big or as small as you want. We're making it really big. I wanted to use it for like a rhinestone, to put in the chopping mat with a rhinestone template and put those in there for my project. And why am I getting notifications from Yahoo? Anyway, so hi Diane Wilson, welcome in.
So this is my fabric
So
today
anyway,
that I'm working on, and this is a yard of lining and a yard of the backing.
and that's for her daughter.
Yep.
And then she's using iridescent vinyl for hers. I'm using the clear vinyl. If you get it from Hobby Lobby, it's the one with the red paper. It's the thickest that they make. And she got hers from Michael's a long time ago, and she just bought the whole bulk. So
Yeah, it
I don't think
was
she left any for anybody,
not
but it
at
was
this
a long
one.
time ago too.
Yeah, it was again. It
Oh,
was $1.99 for a yard. So I'm like, give it to me. I also make stadium bags, and so I use vinyl for the stadium bags because you have to be able to see through the stadium bags. And so I'm like, I always need vinyl for stuff. So I will buy the clear vinyl. But yeah, for the most part, I do like having the iridescent vinyls, and the pocket is see-through, so you can still see through it and see what's on the inside. And it takes on whatever color I put against it. So I think that's the other cool part about it. And hello, everybody.
hey, precious, hey,
Precious
precious
pieces.
pieces. Okay. That's because it's thick, it's a little bit more,
Yep. You
um,
got one more super thick part to go, and that's when we stitch it down, but it should be fine.
great. All right. I love it. Thank you for that suggestion of using the webbing.
Not a problem.
Okay, so I'm moving my needle back to the center. Geneva, have you figured out how to move your needle to the right or to the left? We have the same machine.
Ah. You gonna give her the secret?
Yep, if she didn't already figure it out, she plays with hers too. She's figured out how it has an automatic needle threader, and she's already did that. I've seen the videos, I just haven't played with it. Okay, so let me move my mouse. So I'm not gonna. Oh, let me move my mouse over here so I don't bump it. Because if I bump it, then it makes all kinds of other things open up.
Understand?
No, ma'am, I was just about to ask. Okay, so the dial in the all right, let me move over. So this one. Okay. Okay, so it's this dial in the center. It has this, it's the stitch width. It has the like zigzag up here. So there's this solid part up here. And if it's like between the 2 and the 3 in this, then it's the center. If it's on the 5, then the needle is to the outside of the, it's to the outside. You can't even see my hand.
There you go.
So it's to the outside. And that's when I was having to stitch left-handed. So, and then let's see if I move it. What is it when okay, let me see. Where did it go? Okay, so to make the needle come this direction, then it's at 0. So 3, and wait. Three is in the center. Anyway, so it's this dial. Move it whichever direction and watch your needle where you need to put it. And so I was looking all over the machine. I saw the thing in the back, but that's for the buttonhole. So anyway, so I'm happy to find it. I'm happy that I was able to help you if you needed to do that, because there are some things that you do need to have, you know. And so I had ordered the quarter inch presser foot, because this one I thought it was just for the whatever. I thought it was I thought that I needed it anyway. Now I don't. But anyhow, because I figured out how to move the needle.
But now you can use it because the needle will be in the center of the foot, and you can still use the edge to be your guide for your quarter-inch stitching. When you start doing quilts,
that's true.
It comes in handy when you do a lot of piecing of, the smaller blocks. It does come in handy.
Yeah, but see, now this would actually, if I sew along this edge here, it is actually a quarter inch because the needle is in the center now. With the needle being over to the left, it was 3/8.
Right.
So, which is marked there. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the cameras again, and you're going to yeah, so Geneva, so it moves to the left, it moves to the right, it moves in the center. So anyways, so yeah, being mindful of that when we go ahead and use decorative stitches and things like that. So I do have my needle in the center again. So now I have my strap, and you're going to show us how to put it on.
Yes.
I have to, because I have the bed attached to the sewing machine, so it takes up all of my table here. But I think what you're going to show me now is I actually need this space in front of the laptop available.
So you need to bring your project to the table.
And this baby just cleared everything off the table the other night. So now I'm just like making sure to give her lots of room. Okay.
And so the part that you want, that's your outside, that's what you want to put against the cutting mat.
Cutting mat.
Your mat that you have on your table. So you want to put the fabric that you want, that's the right side, the one that's your pretty side that you want to see, that needs to go down to the mat.
Okay, so the outside fabric.
Correct. And you want to open it up initially, because we're going to do some folds. Why don't you turn it so the long side is on the fabric or is on the mat? Yeah. And then you're going to open it up first. Yes, ma'am.
Let me move the laptop back. Definitely need a full table.
This project does need a little bit of room initially so that you can see it. But the table that I'm sitting on, I have an 18-inch cutting mat off to the side, And so once you get your folds where you want them to be, you will be fine. So what I want you to do is place your vinyl, and this is just, we're doing a rough placing. Place your vinyl
Right.
on the top part where you want to see your window at.
Okay. So this is when I had to put my tape on my machine off the table. So let me, all right, so let me move my project box with the rest of the supplies onto the floor. And there's my pocket and my side strips. I can move that. Okay, I can move that stuff over here. Okay, I'll move this up here. I'm going to put my strap up there.
What I'm doing is I'm looking for my clips so that I
They're
can
in
clip
your
it
little.
and show it.
They're in your little backpack.
Yes. But I hid it from myself because I'm special that way.
All right. Okay, so I'm just not going to get the whole thing on here, so we're just
Nope,
gonna.
we're just doing a. So to place the handle, you want to do a rough fit of where the window is, so that way you know how everything is going to line up.
Okay, so. Okay.
And if I could do it with the fabric standing up, I would, but I can't. I need it down, but once I get it, the vinyl roughly clipped in where I want it, I will hold it up. That way everyone can see.
Okay, so am I just butting? I'm just butting it up to the top, right? And just I mean, so actually, I want less top.
See, so if you want less top, you adjust the top and bring the bottom up more.
Yeah, I want less top, and I'm sorry, y'all aren't gonna. Okay, let me see if I can.
Well, if I hadn't clipped the handle there. And this is
Okay.
what we're doing. Just a rough, dry fit of where you want the window to be. Because at the top edge, this is where we're going to place the fabric for the handle, and that's where we're going to stitch. So that's why, and you want to do as much of this flat before you turn it into the tube as possible. Ask me how I know. The first one I made, I forgot to put a handle in it. And after dragging the bag around without any handle, I decided I wanted a handle. So I did put a handle in it, but I was fighting with it because it was in the tube shape and the sides were already put together to get the handle in. I did it, but I'm like, next time, put the handle in while it's flat. So put the pocket in while it's flat. Do everything you can before you put it in its tube.
Yeah, and so this is also the time, like once you figure out, how much you're going to be using, how much you're going to be using for your top. I would, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just thinking out loud. You would, instead of pinning it, if you're going to embroider something here, you would mark it where you. Oh, because this is backwards.
Yeah.
So anyway, so you would mark it so you know where to fold it again
Right.
after you get done embroidering.
Absolutely.
What you're going to embroider.
Absolutely. And
so
if you're going to embroider, and it's up to you. The one that I did for my friend that I embroidered, I actually embroidered after I didn't use the double-sided fuse for hers. I used the single-sided fuse and I did the embroidery because I wanted the embroidery to be on the back of the bag, but I didn't want the stabilizer to show
Okay.
through the interior fabric. So I did it on the single. That way, when I put the two fabrics together, it was a cleaner finish on the inside. But the other thing that I mentioned to Miss Gail is if you wanted to, with the clear vinyl, you could put an embroidery design in the middle of this with the clear vinyl. But again, I would do that before you do your quilting or attach the lining to the main fabric. That way it's cleaner. People aren't seeing the reverse side of the embroidery stitches on the back.
Okay.
Does that make
Hi,
sense?
DB. Have a good hair appointment. I was trying to catch her before she left. Yeah, that makes sense. And when I get to that point, you're on my speed dial.
Not a problem. The other thing that you might want to do while we have it right here, there you go. I was going to tell you, place that pocket where you want to go because you can pin the pocket in place. So that, because after we do the handles, you're going to stitch your pocket down.
Yeah. So, so this is going to be where the,
Yep. I would slide that pocket down just a little bit more. Just so
yeah.
the bottom edge of the pocket, even though we're going to have this, no, I meant like slide the pocket down a little more.
I know, but this is still too high.
Is that the top?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you're right. That is. I see the top stitching on your pocket now. Okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, I want.
But you also want to again.
Yeah, I want a smaller
top.
portion up at the top.
Understand.
And a wider portion down here.
Understand.
So so this is 4. So let me just go ahead and make it 5 inches. Because it was just that close to being 5 inches. So might as well make it 5 inches. All right. I've moved my pins so much, I don't know where they are.
I was going to say, are they in your project box?
No.
Ah.
I mean, oh yeah, you want me to use pins because
we're not using the vinyl, so you could pin the pocket where you want it to be.
Yeah.
And roughly keep the shape, or you roughly know where the idea of how this is going to go when it's time to put it back.
Oh, but we're opening this back up,
yep,
right?
You're going to open it back up to stitch, but you can still, like on the bottom piece, that's where you can put your place pin, your place marker pin.
Okay. Okay. So not the top.
Right.
And so 5 inches is what I want for the top.
Yeah, so you can place the pin then, like in the fold.
Yeah. Okay. So there, that goes there. This goes here. All right. This being clear, it's difficult for me to see.
Yeah.
Because with all these lights on, and my hair trying to join in the project again. When I craft alone, I just wear a bonnet. That way it just keeps the hair out of my project. Okay, so there is everything right there as far as like the plastic goes.
Okay.
And
so you can pin the pocket in its place.
Yeah, I'm just, the bottom is where I want it. I'll still Does the pocket look good where it's at?
I think it looks
Um,
great because you're going to be able to see through the vinyl that you have pocket, and you've got an extra little pop of color going on right there.
and you can still see my lining.
Yes.
Okay, so then, so then this is not quite 8. It's like 8 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5/8, 8 and 5/8.
And it may get adjusted
Just
a little bit after we stitch the vinyl in. I adjust the bottom piece more than I adjust the top piece.
okay. Yeah, because we're going to have the handle sewn in there.
Correct.
All right, so and again. Okay. Moving on. And then, so this isn't, I mean, I just put this in here. I need to adjust that.
Not a problem.
Let's see. This is where I had to, where my bobbin thread ran out. You know what?
What?
I'm switching, and I can do that since I have non-directional fabric. So
Correct.
I want, because this is where that you can't see. This is where I had to switch the bobbin.
Right.
And so that's where the thread changes. So I want to flip it, and now it's totally hidden. Okay, so this was 8 and 5/8 roughly. And I think I need more. Okay. Just a little bit more. There. I'm glad I noticed that before we went further.
Yes, because I am sure that would have driven you crazy. So what I am doing, I am actually on my daughter's fancy quilter. She let me borrow it. And I'm doing a needle shift to bring my needle to the right edge of the presser foot. And for me, I'm doing a 3mm needle shift. And I have placed my handle 7 inches in from the edge of my top fold. And I am going to stitch the webbing down. And I'm going to initially stitch a rectangle. And then I'm going to stitch an X within the rectangle. And I'm going to do that twice to anchor this particular webbing down to the bag. And because my fabric is directional, I actually have a top seam. So I placed the handle 7 inches in from the edge, but splitting the seam, and I'm using a 1-inch webbing.
Hey, Ezra's Truth. Welcome in. My great grandson's name is Ezra. All right, so this is 5 inches.
And in order to fit the bulk of the machine, the bulk of the fabric under the throat plate of the machine, all I did was roll it up until it was small enough to fit in the opening that I have. And you can use matching thread for this project. You can use contrasting thread for this. I'm actually using the thread my daughter had on the machine, which is a variegated pink and purple. And because she's using a Mario Kart fabric, or I shouldn't say a Mario Kart, a Super Mario fabric, the tones blend in, the colors blend in, and you can't tell that I'm stitching pink on top of green. So I initially made my 1-inch rectangle. Now I'm going to do my crosses. And I have a light sitting on the bed of this table, and I'm going to shift it down. So if it gets a little dark, that would be why.
Hi, Sylvia.
Hello. And the way I am shifting the fabric to do the X is to keep the bulk of the fabric to the back and to the left of the machine to make it a little bit easier. But as you see, I'm just spinning it around, rotating it. I bring the presser foot up, keep the needle dropped in.
Yeah, I don't think that they can see you.
Probably not.
They
because
can't
I'm
see you.
fighting with the fabric covering up the
Well,
other two.
and then your
spinning.
camera's small.
Yeah.
I'll switch it.
You can stay big.
No, well, we can share. I just wanted them to see me suffering over here. Just kidding.
You are not suffering. You're being the absolute perfectionist.
I'm not suffering. I'm not suffering because I know that they're all perfectionists too, as far as like you want to make sure it's all
absolutely
equal. All right. So
and so now I'm reinforcing the sides of my rectangle, and then I will stitch the X again, and then I will do the opposite side. So
okay, that sounds like you're doing the handle.
I am doing the handle. I just thought I'd get a little jump so it'd be easier for me to help you when it was your turn, that we weren't stitching at the same time.
Okay, so let me see if I can so here is my handle and here is my spout. Da 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 da. Anyway, so I'm not kidding. I mean, I am kidding. I don't have my handle on there yet.
Right.
But so here is my top piece.
Right.
Here's the vinyl.
Right.
It's buttoned up against there. This is my pocket.
In your pocket. So
this is what mine will look like. It doesn't have the zipper stuff in it yet. The zipper will be up here.
Right.
and then the vinyl will also um, have this fabric, this fabric as its strip. So, oh no, wait, sorry, kidding. This fabric that I'm using for the pocket is going to be my strips that I'm using along here on the vinyl and the zipper. And so let me find where I need to be. So the binding on this side and this side are the same as my lining. So I have my pocket where it needs to go. I did measure it, and I just noticed using the diamond stitch, a diamond quilting, and I didn't do it that way. I mean, I see now I could have just like butted it up against the ends of these diamonds and
Ah,
it'd be fine.
right.
So anyway, but no, I painstakingly measured. I measured it all. I measured it to make sure that it's even from here to the edge and here to this edge and da 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 da. Okay, so now what I'm doing, and here's my pins for where I'm going to bring this part down to, because I'm going to be opening this now and doing what she just said.
So before you open, I want you to measure from your fold 7 inches in from your top fold where your handle is going to be. Is going to
Okay.
be.
Okay.
Did you open that top out?
Nope.
Okay, good.
This is my bottom.
Okay.
Okay, so 7 inches.
7 inches.
Oh, you can't see. Okay, so my chalk isn't chalking. Okay, and then 7 inches from the other.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is where your handles will be, the edges of your handles will be placed.
Okay. So then I'm opening this up flat.
Yep.
Removing my hair from the project. Ugh.
Oh, that's...
Okay, I need help.
You need help? What do you need?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a minute. I need to see as so is my grandfather. That is why I use the name. I think Patrice and Demps are the only two that realize. Yeah, I know your dial. because I think you're in on both, but so anyway, so here's what my question is. So here's my fold.
Mhm.
Here's my fold. And how am I doing this?
So, do you see my edge of my webbing right here?
Which one do I need to bring? This one? I got
You
it.
got it? Okay. So you see, so you want your edge to face out to your side.
To the outside,
To the
right?
outside. So you're going to place the first one down. And then you're just going to start stitching from the edge. You're going to stitch up roughly an inch. You're going to come all the way across. You're going to stitch down an inch. You're going to stitch it back so you close the box up. And then you're going to stitch up to do your 1X. You're going to stitch over to the opposite corner. You're going to come back down and do the opposite X. We're going to stitch around again, and then you're going to stitch on top of it. So place your handle.
How big is my square going to be, or rectangle going to be?
I made mine an inch.
Okay. You know where my confusion is, and I'm going to say it out loud in case anybody else is thinking of it.
Say it.
I have this fold.
Yes.
And I'm thinking it's going to stay that way. And that's why I was confused about this edge.
Oh.
But then I understand we're putting stuff in here, which then will make this not a sharp edge.
Correct.
Just had to say that out loud in case anybody else was curious.
Yeah, no, we're not stitching. It's not going to be a hard stitched edge, but because when we put the side binding on, it will keep its shape. So that edge will always be the top edge. But when you put things in the bag, it will allow the bag to expand, but you'll still have your top and your bottom. Let me bring the other one back over so you can see. So you see this one? You see, it has a defined top, but it's not a hard top. So as I put stuff in it, it will come out, but it still has a top because I have the side binding stitched down to it.
Hold the handle up because the color is okay. Okay, because I wasn't seeing the handle.
Yeah.
Because of the design.
Yeah, it blends really well. Yeah. And because we're stitching it in the middle of where that fold is going to be, when you hold the handle, it kind of keeps it reinforced that this is the top edge as well. It works. Trust me, it works.
No worries. Remember, I'm the one that stands in the line for the roller coaster multiple times until I study it enough to where I get on it.
Not a problem.
Not now, but in my younger days when I had little, younger children, children old enough to go on the thing. All right. So I am matching it up on my line. And it's so thick I can't get a pin through it, but
you should be. Because of the webbing. Yeah.
Yeah. So those of you that don't know, I encased my fabric handle, which was 3 inches wide, and then folded in half and then the ends were folded in half again with the hair. Okay, it's just going on the floor at this point. I'm tired of reaching over. Because I have to sweep my floor often because as I was sharing with Tracie, because she's in the desert, and so she gets all of the critters as well.
Yeah.
And but we have these little tiny, not everything is bigger in Texas. We have some teeny tiny little spiders, and they will make webbing. I mean, I had, and it's stuff I use every day, but they don't go to sleep. I don't think they ever go to sleep. So anyway, so I'm always having to sweep. I sweep before I go to bed, and then I sweep in the morning when I get up. No, definitely before I, and there's just so tiny. But I had, when I turned this light on over here, it's like from the round part of the light to the handle. I'm like, ugh, why? But anyhow, so so I'm sweeping up my hair too. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and check this again, make sure that
Right, and check to
we're
make sure that, because if you want the handles wider apart, just shift them.
okay.
If you want them closer together, put them closer together. Again, I don't do super hard measurements. My daughter's arms she's a little bit taller than me, so I place things a little bit differently for her than I do for me. And I think one of the things I like about this particular bag is there are no hard measurements. So if
Right.
I don't do exactly a yard or fold up, or it's still okay. It's still going to come out. It's still going to be a project bag, and it's still going to be cute.
Yeah, and that's what I like too, is just using measurements instead of like a hard pattern, I
Yeah,
mean, because then you're just doing your own creativity to it. And because if anybody watches my channel enough, they know that I'll cr- I'll create it according to the pattern, and then I modify and just keep modifying.
absolutely.
Just have options. This little box basket. Um, I had so it's a 10-inch, starts off with a 10-inch square, and then I did the 12-inch square, and I'm going to do an 8-inch square. Okay, so I'm doing 6 and then 6. And then like the slap band purse, did it according to Missouri Quilt Stars pattern, and then kept modifying it until I had a crossbody purse, which I absolutely love. All right, so I went ahead and changed the width to
Did you make it closer to 6 inches?
yeah.
I get it.
All right, let's sew. Actually, let's have a drink of coffee.
I wish coffee is one of my allergy foods.
Oh,
The way they
my
prepare it, there's
friend.
something in it that, based on the way they prepare it, I'm allergic to.
Oh, oh, you know what? It could be the pesticides that they use on the beans.
Right. There's something in it. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I like to find them that are pesticide free.
I will search for that. I have a friend who is from Ethiopia, and they, for their housewarming, they had a coffee custom where she roasted the beans right in front of us, and she ground the beans and she made the coffee, and
Yeah,
we drank it and we had no problem. So I have
right.
purchased a coffee roaster, so I will be attempting to uh, roast my own beans and grind my own beans and do it that way. We will see how
And your
successful
house
I will
is,
be, but yeah.
and your house is going to smell awesome. Okay, project box needs to get off the floor, or at least it needs to get out from underneath my feet. Well, I'm not going to be using this, so yeah, I will. I forgot I have to do the binding. All right, so the double, the two-sided fusible fleece that we used, I used anyway. Oh no, it's the same. It's just our instructions on it was different. I got mine at Hobby Lobby. Oops, I was pulling out the wrong thing. And it is 985F. And it's awesome.
So just for everyone to see, my handles are attached. They are reinforced. They are good.
Okay. Queenie, if you're still here, when is your surgery?
So what I am stitching now is my little facing pieces down to my vinyl. This piece we initially cut at 3 inches wide. Again, we folded it in half and ironed it. Then we took the raw edges, folded that to the inside and ironed it. And then I placed the vinyl piece within the folded edges. Just so you can see, I placed the vinyl piece within the folded edges and I'm stitching that down. And I'm doing that next because I don't have a pocket. Miss Gail will be stitching her pocket down next because she's having a beautiful pocket put inside hers. And so we want to get that pocket in place. And then she will stitch her vinyl down. And then we will start playing with the zipper. And I do this in this order because I want to stitch all of the smaller pieces that I can stitch together down and then attach to the larger pieces. That way there's less things that you're fighting. And I don't know if you can tell, I'm not having any issues with this vinyl. Again, sticking to the bed of the machine because the edges of the vinyl are enclosed in the fabric and it doesn't stick. I do have there are two other tricks that you can use for stitching vinyl. One is to get a Teflon foot. That will allow vinyl to, like if you were stitching two pieces of vinyl together, like if you were making a stadium bag and you were stitching the side seams or the top together, you could actually use a Teflon foot to stitch the vinyl together. I have also put parchment paper on the bed of my machine and taped it down with painter's tape or masking tape to give the vinyl a slick surface. I have also used wax paper and enclosed the seams of the vinyl within wax paper and stitched and then torn the wax paper off. So that's just a couple of things that you can do to work with vinyl, because it can be painful at times.
How many times do you make your square? Do you stitch it
I
twice?
stitch it twice. So normally what I do is I make the square the first time, and then when I get back to a corner, that's when I start the X. So I'll go up one way diagonal with the X. Then I will stitch either across to the opposite way to make the X or down the side to make the other direction of the X. It just depends on which way puts the least amount of bulk in the middle of the machine, how I stitch the X. If that makes sense to you.
Okay, so I've gone around once.
So then I would
and then
pivot the fabric so that you can
go
you're
up,
in the right.
up diagonal.
Right. So you can go up and do the diagonal or down, whichever corner you are at. It depends on how you started it, which corner you're at. If you're at the bottom, then you pivot it so you
Yeah.
stitch up. And you just stitch
Okay,
up
so
to the
yeah.
opposite corner.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. And I'm always trying to keep the majority of the bulk of my machine again to my left. And if something, because you will have to roll it up, the bottom of the project up to do the opposite side, but you can roll it up so that you have more room within your throat plate to maneuver the fabric. This is about the part where it's going to be the bulkiest because I'm always trying to make sure that I keep the majority of the bulk of the fabric off to the left. So the tote bag that I showed earlier that I made, that is my travel bag for when I go to Soye or quilt clubs or if I go to a friend's house, so that I put my travel projects in it. So I have a separate set of pins, a separate set of threads, a separate set of seam rippers, a separate set of scissors that I travel with. And all of that and my projects fit in that bag. So I was searching for the pin holder so that I could put these pins back in because I am going to stitch the one part of the zipper down while we're waiting for Miss Gail to catch up.
You give going to the club a new meaning.
Don't,
Going to the club tonight.
right?
So I looked, I did a search for something similar here, and they were coming up with Oklahoma and all that. I'm sorry, I'm not traveling.
Not where you live, definitely not.
It takes 2 days to get up to Oklahoma. And that's only because I would go to where my granddaughters live and spend the night and then continue on. So from where they live, it's another 4 hours north. Well, I think 4 hours. Remember, I had just had surgery, and so I just know that
Yes.
I wasn't the one driving. All right, so I've got my square completed. I mean, my
Your X.
X in the square completed.
And
So
you want to stitch around
where
again
did-
and do your X again.
okay.
That way
So
the
y'all know I'm
handle
going
is
to overload this
reinforced
thing.
and it's stitched down. And you should, I have never had a handle come undone with me stitching it like that, whether I used webbing or fabric.
And I'm stitching on top of the line and of the previous lines, you know, my
Absolutely.
my and the key is to get it to match up is just move the length dial, the stitch length dial down to 0 so that you can get right on the line and then move it back up when you're stitching. And so since I made that adjustment and I'm at a 3-inch stitch length, it's all just perfect. I'm using dark purple thread, so it is noticeable on this lavender. So
I actually tend to sew with
just in case I do.
Go ahead.
Just in case I do find a club to go to, ain't nobody gonna be judging me about my stitching.
Understand. I tend to sew with a lot of excuse me, gray thread. So I have a light, medium tone and a dark gray thread. And I match the tone of the thread to the fabric. And then that way, if, did I do it again? Yes, I did.
What?
I feel like I made the other camera disappear.
Oh, you know
Or
what?
it's
It's
frozen.
still on, but you're frozen, so I don't know. Nope, it says that there's still 4 of us in here.
Are we back?
I just don't see. Oh, there you
Okay.
are.
Yeah.
I haven't
did it
seen the
with
chat
fabric.
move. I haven't seen the chat move since 1 o'clock when Ezra Truth made her comment. So I don't know if the chat's not moving, or I mean, I don't know if anybody's not chatting or if it's just not moving.
I don't see anything up on the TV. So when I'm looking up, I'm perched myself in front of the big TV. So when I'm looking up, I'm like watching us on the big TV. So I don't see anything on the TV with anybody in the comments or chatting right now.
Okay, there. So Pearl Creations just chatted. She says she's still watching.
Thank you.
I know this is lunchtime for a lot of people, and they're on, you know, at. And for those that are retired, I know that they are working. Thank you, Marlise. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Did I miss anything?
Thank you, Geneva. Roll call. Danny.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all being here.
So what the other thing that I did after I stitched the two pieces, I should show it to you, together against the vinyl. So you can see it's against the vinyl. I also had enclosed one edge of the zipper within the fabric. My zipper is longer than it needs to be because it is the end of a piece of a zipper by the yard, and I'm going to cut that off after we get the vinyl piece in. That's when we're going to cut off any stray edges and any stray pieces that we have. So what I'm doing now, and I will explain it again with Miss Gail, is because I want my zipper to pull to go from right to left to open. I am placing the zipper face down against the vinyl, and I'm going to clip it. We're clipping it because you don't put pins in vinyl because, again, we don't want to poke any extra holes. And then I'm going to stitch that down. I'm going to flip the zipper the other way, and we're going to top stitch on top of it.
Sorry, just finished the first one.
Not a problem, Miss Gail.
I can see I'm going to have to press this. When I get this in there, then I'm going to press it so that I can remove the
mark. Gotcha.
From when I did my first my first line, when I drew my line for my for my diamond. The 8-year-old loves to draw and sketch. So I'm going to make her one in her favorite colors and design it to her sketchbook and so I'll be making that for her Christmas gift.
How
Um,
neat.
yeah,
And here is an option that you can do for her if you choose. If you don't put the vinyl window in the front for her, you could put a pocket on the front and a pocket in the back.
yeah. Thank you, Bobby. Uh working on things just now. Got a chance to reply. And Diane says she's here too. Thank you everybody for phone
Thank
call.
you.
Um okay, so that is once around. Yeah, I was thinking also doing like the pocket and having channels to fit the pencils in instead of a loose pocket, a wide open pocket. Do the channels.
Gotcha. I just made a mistake, but we're going to go with it. And I'm going to make sure that Miss Gail doesn't do what I did on my mistake. And my mistake was, and I will show it to you, I stitched the one part of the zipper down backwards. And I will show you what I mean, or I'll show it to you and see how well you guys catch what I mean by I did it backwards.
I would not know because since I'd not done it before.
And I stared at it twice before I did it, and I went, "No, you're doing it right." And it was like, "No, you should have remembered you were doing it wrong." But actually, I kind of like it.
You like it?
I do kind of like it. It's going to be a happy accident. And because I'm stitching it in vinyl, I'm not taking it out to change it to be like the other one. That's the reason why I said, remember, like vinyl is unforgiving. So yeah, this is it is what it is.
Did you already show?
Mm-mm.
Okay, let me.
I'm showing it now.
All right, let me change. Um.
See,
All
can you
right.
see what I did?
Let me see. What is this one? Wrong one. I don't see which. But then again, oh, I see a gap right there.
That's so what I did is the zipper is enclosed on this side, right? So it's very close to the zipper teeth, which I
Oh,
want.
okay.
On this one, I stitched it backwards. So when I folded the zipper down, this piece doesn't lay on top like it's supposed to. And that
Okay.
was me doing a mental, I did it backwards.
Okay.
And I know exactly how to fix it for you. So I will make sure when you get to that part that I will tell you to do it the right way.
Okay. Did you have the folded edge of the binding up against the zipper on both sides or no?
I did on one side, I didn't on the other side, and I did the backwards mental gymnastics of how to get the look the way I wanted it to be. And again, yeah, one side I did it absolutely correctly, and the other side I did not. And again, I'm going to tell you the right way to do it so you don't make the same mistake I did. So all I've done now is I have clipped the vinyl piece to the top piece, more or less right sides together, so the zipper will still open in the correct way. And I'm going to stitch it down and flip it over and top stitch it. And I should tell you how wide this zipper is. Because I have the bag that it came in off to the side. So this is a rainbow zipper. This was the brand that we used. It's a number 5 rainbow zipper. It came with 7 zipper pulls in it. So obviously we've used it a lot because I'm down to 1 zipper pull left for this particular zipper. And I do believe this was like one of those 3-yard zipper by the yards. And we bought this at one of the local quilt stores here in town.
I'm gonna.
What are you going to do? You're doing your ironing to get rid of the marks.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing now is I'm taking the facing that's on the inside and I'm pulling it to the top and I'm pinning it down and I'm going to top stitch on top of that to keep the zipper, that part of the zipper tape folded up. And that you don't have to do that. It's just something that I want to do to keep it flat because you can't really iron once you stitch the zipper to the vinyl. You can't really iron it. You know, obviously we don't want to be melting plastic and getting those fumes all over the place.
Hey, Yuji. Okay, so now I'm going to be doing the pocket, correct?
Correct. And you have pinned the pocket in place already. So all you're going to do is stitch down the right side, stitch down the bottom, then stitch down the left. And when you stitch down the bottom, that should close up that opening that we made when you made your pocket.
Yep. Okay. So I just pinned on the top to get that there. And then so I'll go ahead and do some other pinning to hold it in place. And we're not stitching here.
Nope. Remember, you're not stitching your opening. You don't want to stitch your opening of your pocket closed.
Nope. Otherwise, it's just decoration and not a pocket.
Very true.
All right. Thank you, Virgie. So I did this one in it's aqua glitter HTV, and then I used peridot rhinestone, and then this one is green glitter HTV, and then Capri rhinestones. Hey, Anita, you've been in the bushes. How far have you gotten? Okay, so Tracie has gone ahead so that she can then guide me. I've got my handle on and now I'm getting ready to stitch my pocket on, and then I can start doing where she's at. She's got her zipper in.
Yep.
And the vinyl in. And so are you doing the sides yet?
No, I have the top. I have
So when
the
you
top
get
part
to
of the zipper stitched down to the bag, and I'm just doing a little top stitching to make sure I keep that facing piece rolled to the back. Then I'm going to stitch the bottom part of the vinyl to the bag. And then I will be ready to stitch up the sides. But I'm going to get you close to that part before I stitch up the side.
Yeah. So the handle is optional, but very useful. And
Absolutely.
the pocket is optional as well, but I wanted all the extras. I wanted
The
her to show.
vinyl is optional as also.
Oh, that's right. And that's what I may not be doing for my great granddaughter because they have
Right.
lots of cats. And so I don't need the cats, paw-pawing on the plastic.
Right.
So I may give her a little peekaboo window, a little one. We'll see.
Right.
tonight is family night, and so she'll be seeing this and when she sees my stuff, she goes, "Oh, Gigi, can you do this and can you do that?" And and like she's a designer. She
Okay.
she yeah, she designs and she can come up with some really things. She made a skirt and it was a white pleated skirt. And then she drew in each one, I mean not pleated, paneled. It has panels, little kind of like a cheerleading skirt, but it
Right.
was below the knee. And she did and she drew in each one of the panels. And so that's why, that's why I want to make her one for her art stuff. And she was in church and she just wanted to like draw, and she asked the lady for paper, and they didn't have paper, so she drew on her leg.
Oh,
I said, "Oh, you got a tattoo?" And she goes, "No, it's just marker." Oh my God. So she didn't mean for it to be a tattoo, she just wanted to draw. So that's her what she does for her outlet, for uh calming herself down. So there was a kid in there being disruptive, and and she just needed to calm down without getting angry or upset with him.
got you. And the reason you see me flipping the bag is to make sure that I keep the vinyl on the top. Because with the vinyl on the top, it doesn't stick to the bed of the machine.
We like
And
that
I know
trick.
I keep stressing that, but when I was making my stadium bags, they were all vinyl. I actually redesigned my stadium bag so that I would put a binding edge on the inside. But originally, my stadium bags, except for the handle and the top, were all vinyl. And I was getting exceptionally frustrated with the vinyl sticking to the bed of the machine. So that's when I came up with let me put the parchment paper down and make it slick. That way the vinyl doesn't stick to the bed of the machine. And that worked wonders. And then I finally started doing let me add a little extra color to them. So let me put these facing edges on the outside. That way I didn't have to. And like I said, I've even stitched the vinyl between two pieces of wax paper, and that makes it go through the machine easier. And if your wax paper is wide enough, it will prevent the vinyl from like sticking to the bed of your machine. Oh, I did.
So Procreations, no, there's not a pattern for it. It's just measurements. Um, so we're
Rough
using a
measurements.
yard for the outside fabric, a yard for the inside fabric, and um, and then um, and like if you want a pocket, then a fat quarter could take care of that. But with what the other part, so we folded the yard in half, salvage to salvage, and then just did a little snip and then tore it. So they're only using that width, but you're using the whole length. And then so that you'll be cutting all of your strips from your other half of the fabric. But you can, and this is for this size that we're doing, which is a large bag. And then but you can make whatever size you want. I'll get a sketch for my great granddaughter. I'll get a sketchbook, and that will determine the size that I'll be making for her. And I'll make it bigger than the sketchbook, but it'll be at least the size of the sketchbook. And then the handle is optional. The one that Tracie made for her daughter, because her daughter wants it to be over the shoulder, so it's longer. I didn't want mine to be over the shoulder because, unless I get a club to go to, a sewing club, mine's only going to be from table to table. So I just mine is still a pretty decent size, but it's definitely not going to go over my shoulder. And then the zipper, my zipper
inches.
Yeah, my zipper is 22 inches because that's as big as Hobby Lobby had, and it's fine. It's, but if you had zipper by the yard, then, that's no problem. You're going to just measure what you're going to need for your opening. Which I see zipper by the yard in my future.
It really does come in handy. Most of the time the zipper by the yard comes, it's initially when you look at the price of them, you're in sticker shock. But zipper by the yard normally comes in a 3-yard bundle. And with the 3 yards, you get anywhere between 7 to 10 zipper pulls. So it can do quite a few projects. And Kendra and I like fun zippers. So, the rainbow zipper, it's got a fuchsia, a teal, a yellow on it, plus it's on a white base. But we have one that's on a black base.
Oh, yeah.
We have one that's on a white and black striped base. So you can get them all kind of flavors. We bought a rose gold one. We bought like a brass one. We've got straight silver ones. And I will be honest with you, we purchased this 2, maybe 3 years ago. And we're just now getting to the end of it. And she and I make a lot of bags. She's into bags, and so she's sucked me in. So we make a lot of different bags that require zippers. So, yeah. And occasionally we will go to LA to the fashion district, and I will, there are a couple stores down there there's a button store, and if I could remember the name of it, I will tell you the name. There's this, and it's literally, you walk in, it is a store of buttons, and you purchase the buttons by the gross, 144. So there's a stock price, and the man allows you to mix and match the buttons until you get 144 buttons. And so he has them like in trays, and you just walk through and you grab buttons. And we did that trip. My friend Gretchen and I, we did that trip about 15 years ago, and I still have buttons that I haven't used from that trip. Because like I said, he allowed us to buy a gross. And so we just sat there and, Yeah, we picked a bunch of different finishes on buttons, and then there's a couple different stores down in downtown LA in the fashion district that are zipper stores. And it's literally you walk in and it's nothing but zippers. You go down the aisle and they're sorted by color and then by length, and you just grab all of the zippers that you want that are a specific color. So maybe 2-3 times, not 2 or 3 times a year, maybe like every 1 or 2 years, we'll go down to the zipper store and stock up on zippers. But then I also have been known to go to,
Here is my phone.
I've been known to order zippers from Amazon as well. Yay! Got your pocket in.
My pocket. And so this is
Okay,
also something that another opportunity to customize is like if
absolutely.
you're making your pocket, as Tracie had mentioned on Monday night, was you could do a different kind of batting. This I did the SF 101 and just did it.
Flat. It's a little flat. It's, the SF 101 is a lot flatter. But if she used like the fleece, or even again, you can put it in the embroidery machine and embroider a logo on it, embroider an initial, do like a monogram. You could put a saying in it and then have your vinyl window and have that show through your vinyl window. There are
Right.
tons of ways that you can personalize and customize. I
Yeah,
made a
it's your
bag.
bag. It's your bag.
Yep,
Your
I
bag.
made a
So I
bag.
paused. I paused because I didn't. And it doesn't. It really doesn't matter. But the uh. So this is the side that has the
Oh, the interfacing
interfacing
on it.
nut. So
Gotcha.
this is the loose part. So, but I was supposed to put.
The loose part on the inside, but it's okay. It's still gonna work.
Yeah,
It's still a
that's what I
pocket.
was thinking. I know. So
Yep,
it's
yep.
see, and that's because I didn't have notes and that I'm following.
That's
So
my fault. I forgot to check with you about that and remind you. I should have
yep,
reminded
I
you.
just put it in there, measured it and measured it and measured it, making sure it was all correct. So I have that. And then so this is to come down to where these pins are, which are falling out. But
But
I
that's
know,
okay. Right now, if you
and I
want to, you
know,
can put the pins in and pin it down or put your clips on the side and clip it roughly in its spot, because now you're going to start playing with the vinyl and the zipper.
okay. So just to let you know, I've got something else going on over here.
What you got going on over there?
So when I bring this up, so this is my torn edge, so that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this.
That's okay, because after we stitch that side down, we're going to cut it off.
Okay. I didn't know if I needed to cut it now
Nope.
before we bind it
And
or.
what I mean by that is I'm going to show you this with my vinyl and my zipper, if you can see, and I'm going to turn it around. You see, I have like you have, but after we stitch the sides down, we're going to true up the edge.
Okay.
And the reason why I wait till after we do it is because I want the bag stitched down so it's not going to shift or go anywhere. And then we just cut off the excess.
Okay.
So you're fine.
All right. So all right. So
You're going to put that aside and you're going to bring over
okay.
your zipper, your vinyl, and your
So I need my
three
three
pieces
strips.
for that.
My 3 strips. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sylvia, what? Oh, where can I find? Okay.
We made a bunch of stuff up with this one.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not following any particular
No, this
pattern.
is a Tracie special. This is Tracie doing something that's the best of two taupe patterns. Sylvia, I do apologize. I can try to write something up and send it to Miss Gail, and then she could attach it to this
Yeah, I can put it in the
video.
community. I can put it in the community tab.
Okay, I will do that for you.
And actually, I have all of the supplies and the materials and the supplies listed in the description. There's just no measurements for it.
No, because you
Because,
can make it as big or as small as you want it to be.
yeah, there's, I didn't put measurements in there because
There
we're
aren't any.
doing, yes, there
Not
isn't
really.
any. You just
You
use,
do your own thing.
yep, you just use a yard for the outer fabric and the yard for the inner fabric. And then there's enough
Left over to make all
there's
of the
enough
rest of the
left
pieces.
over. I just went ahead because I had this grunge. And so I had enough of that to make my strips for the zipper and the vinyl and for my pocket. All right. So I want my zipper. I hold the bag with my left hand and I pull to the right
Okay.
when I do a zipper. So am I doing the zipper part first?
Yes.
So
So what you're going to do,
right now it doesn't matter which way I'm going to pull because I'm not attaching it just yet. What I'm
exactly.
attaching is this, and I'm going to put this, excuse me, I'm going to put this as close to the,
Actually, on excuse me, on that particular part, you're going to put the zipper into the fabric. So the fold part is on the outside, and the inside edges are close to the zipper teeth.
okay, so then that does matter.
No.
So the part that's going to the top, the fold goes here.
Yes. Wait a minute. Show me again.
Just a minute.
Okay. So open that piece up and slide the zipper in.
Which for the bottom, this is the folded part goes to the
outside
vinyl.
of the zipper, right? No. So for this part, for this one, that's going to be your top edge. That's going to go to the top edge of the bag.
Right. So the one, okay. All right.
Do you want to start with the vinyl first? Maybe we should start with the vinyl first.
I was just I thought we were just doing both of these to the zipper first.
No, we're only doing one of those to the zipper.
Okay, what one am I doing first? The top?
Right. So this piece that you're attaching now goes to the top edge of the zipper, but you want to place it in between the two pieces of fabric. Yes.
So then when I'm stitching, the fold is going to the top of my project, my bag.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So then it gets encased. Okay.
Yes. So the raw edges on this part, the raw edges of the zipper are completely encased.
Okay. They're encased. And then on the other one, you do the fold on the zipper.
Yes.
And then and then you enclose the vinyl in that. Okay.
Correct. But we're going to do it a slightly opposite of what you said. But yes, that is basically what's going to happen.
I don't even remember what I just said. Well, yeah, I did. So this fold is getting stitched to the zipper because then this gets enclosed on here.
Exactly. There you go.
So
and
I'm just gonna.
Yep, that's gonna be the next step. So you can put that in and then clip it and stitch it, or yeah.
Okay. And it just butts up into the fold, correct?
Just butts up into the fold. And you're going to stitch close to the edge, not the folded edge, but the opposite edge.
Okay.
Hello, Making with Marilyn. How are you, Miss Marilyn? And hi,
Hello.
755 Media.
Hey, girls. Hey, 755. Okay. So then that is ready for when we get there.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one goes to the other side of the vinyl.
Yes.
So then this. Is that frazzle noise on your side of the?
What noise? I hear no noise.
Okay, I hear a noise, so I don't know if it. Okay, let me plug in. I'm getting kind of.
Are you
I don't
getting
know.
kind of hot?
Huh? No,
Are you getting kind of hot?
I'm at 27%.
Oh, definitely need to plug in.
Okay. Okay. So here's my question. Let me see. You can see. So here is my stopper.
Mhm.
And how am I doing this? Do I go all the way to just open it? Can you see? Can you see?
I can see. I can
Okay.
see. I would open up the zipper and pull it down to the stop because I think it's going to be easier for you to stitch that way. And I would, shove that one end to end, clip it.
So I am putting this edge with the edge of this.
Correct. Because don't
Okay.
forget, the reason why I'm not super concerned about the edges is because don't forget we have a binding on the side that's going to
Right.
close all of that up.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that those two folded edges are as close to the zipper teeth as you feel comfortable, because remember, that's where you're going to be stitching. And I think the other thing I like about the way I started this, it's a very forgiving project, as you see by the fact that I made that little boo-boo on my zipper that we're going to fix on yours.
So you just customized it, that's all.
Absolutely.
If anybody uses the same fabric, she's going to say, nope, that's mine.
Absolutely.
I recognize my zipper. Oh, yeah, it sounds like it's just a little frazzle, like wires frying.
Uh-oh. Yeah, no, that's definitely not me. If you heard anything, you might have heard a truck go by just now.
Well, my phone is directly under the they're under the ring light,
Ah,
and which, you know what, I should try and because there's a oh yeah, I did try. I have to play with it. So there is one of those holder things in the middle of the
ah,
ring light,
right.
and so now is this where I need my zipper foot so that I can get close up to this edge?
Absolutely. And with your zipper foot, you're probably going to need to do a needle shift.
I know how to do that now.
Absolutely.
And Geneva knows how to do it now too. It's nice having somebody with the same machine so we can help each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that I'm using this grunge on here because it has the combination of both, it has the lavender and the darker purple. So it ties in really well with both of my main fabric.
Yeah, I like grunge. It's one of my favorite fabrics to use.
I used to call it marble, I think it was, and then Spilling told me it's grunge. It's called grunge. So, and let's all remember to keep Spilling Diversity and Jesse Gibson in our prayers and their family. They both had loss. Since it's public, I could say, Jesse's sister-in-law passed away the other night, and Spilling Diversity's mom passed away. And so she's in the process of doing all the arrangements. All right, let's now. Okay. Trying to find which one is my. Trying to find which one is my.
You put it on your laptop. It should be I believe it was the clear plastic one that you showed me before.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out my camera.
Gotcha.
But thank you.
You're welcome. We are trying to be prepared.
Yep. Okay, and then you said to check. So there's a button back here.
Right. You should be able to lift it. Yes, lift it up.
I wasn't pushing the button. I was pushing whatever the top of this was. Yeah, I like this, because then you just line this up and then put your foot down and it snaps right on. Right on. And I don't think that was it, because I didn't hear it click. Move it up just a smidge. Nope. Come on. All right.
It's only because you're live and you're trying to use it. That's all. I don't see, and I did the same thing when I was putting mine on, so this is not new. I did the exact same thing.
I've not used it before, so it's not as easy as the other ones. The other ones are just like put the foot down and it snaps right in place. This one wants to be a little difficult. Interesting. Sorry, I just need a breath. Just breathe.
Absolutely.
You know what? I'm trying to put it in the middle and it's not wanting to be in the middle of that bar that's there.
Oh, yeah, you probably need to pick a side to the left or to the right.
Yes, that's what it was doing. Because it kept tilting and I kept saying no. And now I know. All right.
And which side is the needle on?
So it's on the left.
Okay.
which is good for this one, and then I'll need to move it to the right for the other side of the zipper. Right,
Right,
correct?
and right, and then all that means is you'll take the foot off and move it to the other side, and that will change the placement of where the needle is.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I can put the edge of this foot right up against the edge of the fabric. So as long as my fabric is in the correct space, then it'll be fine.
You are
Okay.
good.
I think I need a drink first. All right.
A drink, a big breath, and put your foot down, and off you go.
Yeah, I gotta find my pedal. All right, here we go. Y'all are witnessing my first zipper. Oh wait, I gotta hang on to my thread so it don't ball up. Went up there anyway. All right, got it. All right. It's so pretty.
Of course it is. You're doing it.
A little crazy here. Oh, I forgot to say hi to Stacy just in case she's in the bushes. Because
Oh,
she's
hi, Stacy.
yeah, she can't chat. Um when she's at work, they block it.
Ah, got it.
They hope it's catching underneath.
It should.
I
So
know
when you
it
get
should.
finished, you'll look at it, but it should.
Yeah.
I have confidence in you.
All right, time to check it out. See, it's puckery.
Yeah, but if you want to, you can take it to the iron and hit it up with the iron, and
Yeah.
that would stop that. And if you're going to do that, you need to do it now because you're not going to be able to do it with the vinyl.
Right. And I'll be mindful of the teeth. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that's better. Look, y'all. All right, so I'm going to press these first so that they're nice and crisp.
Not a problem. Excuse me, my night owl tendencies are trying to pretend to catch up to me. I had a little explosion happen on the other end of the table.
I have the notifications shut off, but these things are still coming. All right, so there's my zipper. I'm putting the zipper aside because we're doing the vinyl one next.
Yes.
And I unclipped it so I can press it, so I'm going to clip it back. So then we're going to, so this is just for those that are just coming in. So this is 3 inches wide, and we folded it in half and then folded in these edges. So now we're going to take this and encase the vinyl edge in that all the way up to the
Absolutely.
fold.
Yep. Nice, clean, neat edge. And you can still stitch that with the zipper foot. You don't need to change the foot out. You can leave the zipper foot on. That way you can get close to that inside edge as possible when you're doing your stitching.
Okay, so there's that. And I want to test out where 1/8 of an inch is with this zipper foot. Because that's where I want. So if I use, I don't want that. All right, if I use this, that's too close.
Yeah, I normally use the 1/4 inch.
So if I go to the edge of to the right edge of that presser thread,
Should be close to 1/4 inch.
yeah, that should be 1/4 inch. And it's just a little bit more than 1/4 inch. I need to find my, so if I go to that hole of the foot, then with the needle to the left, which I know, then that is 1/4 inch. Yeah, that's 1/4 inch when I go to the hole of the foot. Let's see what happens when what am I doing? Let me see. Nope, that hits the middle of the thing. All right. Okay. All right. I want my stitches to match. So that I did an 1/8. I need to find my 1/8.
Not a problem.
Thank you all for bearing with me while I figure it out. All right, so this is where I need it to be. So I need to move this over to there. Okay. Whew. Okay. Okay. So I use an 1/8 inch for my top stitching too. So need to
Not a
find
problem. I was just checking my daughter's foot. We have this running thing about on my machine from the
oh, okay, not her foot on her leg, her foot on her
no,
sewing
her
machine.
foot on right. So from
Ooh.
the of her regular, say the words you wish to say. On my machine that I primarily use, from the center needle position to the inside edge of the regular foot is a 1/4 inch. From the center needle position to the outside edge is 3/8 of an inch. And I would be sewing things and I couldn't figure out why I was off. It was because I didn't measure, and we were doing some things one day and I finally measured and I had an aha moment and realized, yes, need to do a needle shift. And her machine, she kept telling me, oh, I don't have to do that. From the center to the edge is a 1/4 inch. And so when you were measuring, that's what you saw me doing. And she is wrong. From the center to the outside edge is not a 1/4 inch. And I'm going to have fun showing that to her.
Oh, no.
I know, the small things in life. I got to take pleasure somewhere.
Since she's
So, Miss
too
Gail,
big.
when you're stitching that, I want you to be one, take your time, but be very conscious of trying to hold the vinyl in such a way that it's not touching the bed of your machine as much as possible.
Yeah,
We don't want to give it any chance to decide it wants to have fun and stick in anything.
Yeah, so I'm going to be, here's the plastic here. I'm going to be
Right,
stitching it here, right?
right, right.
So
But
I did
what you're,
all that adjustment. I did all of this adjustment. And then when
yes,
I go to do it, we're not stitching this fold. This fold is going to
yep,
be attached to the zipper.
it's,
And so I need to figure out, so that's why I was just like, okay, so I can run it along here. So I would be putting it in like this. And so, yes, it would be. So here's my plastic here inside the here. So, um,
oh gosh. Oh, it's a good thing I don't need that. Okay.
so and I do
Yeah, my
need
fan
to,
fell off the back edge of the table. I had a little fan on the table for us the other day because it was very hot.
yeah. And And again, I always like to give batching, if you're going to do these in a batch, I always like to
Yep.
give advice for that. So this would be something to get all of these pieces, the facing pieces, all of this stitched, ready to go for the assembly. And I know the way that I feel right now. I mean, once I get used to doing all of these new things, then I might not be like needing to take a breather break. Um,
Not a problem. Take your time, or as much time as you need. I don't know if you have any restrictions on how long the live can be with this.
no, not with Restream. They say 2 hours, but they don't
No,
kick
we
me
went
in.
past that. Okay. Yeah, we went past that already.
All right, so I have mine. See, and I can't see a timer on here. Oh,
I see it at the top of, it's probably at the top of your screen on your laptop, maybe, because that's where I'm seeing it at. I see it says, it
there it
says
is.
2 hours and 56 minutes, but I don't know if that's
Okay.
been
Yeah, no,
like,
it's 2:56 and 17 people watching. All right, here we go. So I
17
will
people.
have to, I'll
Hi,
have to
Jesse.
see. I don't see him.
I saw it on the comments of the TV.
Okay, so it's not scrolled up yet on my laptop. Is he under Diane Wilson? D. Wilson?
He popped up for me just like on this on the comment on the TV, like I said.
Okay.
There's a different size needle for the vinyl. You can use the vinyl needle if you like, 7511. You can use a Teflon needle, 7511. I'm using a universal 7511. Um, if I was doing vinyl on vinyl, I would definitely switch to a vinyl needle. Um, because it does make a smaller hole, sharper point. Because we've enclosed this within the fabric, it's fine to use the universal. Any other questions?
That's a good question. Who asked that? Because the chat on my thing isn't moving.
Anita.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, when I'm stitching vinyl to vinyl, I will absolutely either use a vinyl needle or a Teflon needle. And again, the vinyl needles have a much sharper point and they make a much smaller hole. And obviously, when you're stitching plastic, the smaller the hole that you're stitching, the better off you are. And even the leather needles, you could use a leather needle because they are very sharp point as well and make a small hole. But leather needles are also meant to go through the thickness of leather.
Jesse, our hearts and prayers are with you and your family.
Absolutely. Look at that wonderful even row of stitching you got going on over there.
I know. It's well, I don't know what y'all are seeing. I just know what I'm fighting with. And it's not the vinyl that I'm fighting with. It's gapping. And so I'm trying to
Gotcha.
the back side is moving different than the top side. And so I'm kind of stretching it so that this lays flat so I can stitch it. And
Anita, I use a regular stitch length for this. I don't change anything. In fact, I probably should have changed the needles on this machine because I have no idea how long she's had this needle in this particular machine. I normally change my needles every 4 to 8 hours of stitching.
really,
Yeah, because they dull. And so, oh, excuse me. When you're stitching through plastics and stuff like this, the needles tend to dull quicker. That's why when we were initially talking, I was telling you to use a fresh needle because yeah, they will dull. But yeah, I no, I don't change the stitch length. I mean, and when you do the top stitching on it, you can use a slightly longer stitch length if you want. My whole point about this is I want to make sure that the edges of the vinyl are enclosed because you don't want to be on the edges. You don't want to run a chance of piercing. Use the sharpest needle that you can. And thank you for wanting to make this.
why are you not moving? Oh my
Is
gosh.
the vinyl stuck to the bed?
Nope.
Okay. Because a lot of times the reason why I won't move is because the vinyl is stuck to the bed.
No, it's all.
Do you have a bird's nest, or are you running out of bobbin?
Definitely not running out of bobbin. Am I
Is
going
the needle
to?
down or up? I can't tell from this angle,
It's up.
but the fabric is stuck.
Yeah.
Yep, just do exactly what you're doing. I pull it out, cut it off, and back up a little bit and start stitching again. And I would just check to make sure there's nothing going on in the bobbin. Just, you know,
Yes. Yeah. Um, I'm going to take it out and put it back in.
absolutely.
Marilyn says, thanks for all the technical tips. Those are great. Those are things I don't think of enough.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, like I said, I think it was last year we did a craft show. No, it was 2 years ago. My friend Gretchen and I, we did a craft show, and I was making Halloween treat bags for kids out of clear vinyl, and the top edge and the handle were made out of fabric, but the entire rest of the bag was vinyl. And again, I encountered so many issues with the vinyl, stitching vinyl to vinyl. And so that's when I'm like, do the parchment paper, enclose the seams in wax paper. That way you can just, when you enclose the seam in the wax paper, you can just tear the wax paper off and it doesn't stay. And so I would get a big piece of wax paper and just use it and use it and use it until it got smaller. I just made sure it was like the width of or the length of the project that I was stitching. But yeah, working with vinyl can be frustrating. And again, when I'm stitching vinyl to vinyl, I'm absolutely either using a Teflon needle or a vinyl needle. I'm also using a Teflon foot because I have one. But if you don't, you can still use a regular one. You just need to slow yourself down. I admit I am a pedal to the metal girl. So as you hear, I will put the machine is on the fastest speed. I put my foot down and off we go. But the one thing I will do is I will change my needles often. The only time I probably don't change the needle as often is when I am trying to quilt on top of a quilt sandwich after I've done it. And I'm dropping the feed dogs and trying to teach myself how to do something free motion. Then I will leave the quilting needle in until I finish quilting the top, however long that takes, unless something silly happens and I break a needle. But then after I have quilted the top of the quilt, especially a big one, I will absolutely take that needle out. I keep a empty pill bottle beside my machine. So that way I just, when I'm changing needles, I just take the empties and put it in the empty pill bottle. And then when the pill bottle gets full, I, put the cap on it and throw the whole thing away. So while we're waiting for Miss Gail to come back, I will show you where I am with this.
I was hoping
And she
nobody.
left me in the silence. So this is where I am with this. And so what I have left to do is to just stitch up the sides and add the side facing. What I have left to do is stitch up the sides, clean the side edges, and then stitch the side facing. But as you see right now, we just have a big tube. And that's the other thing I like about this. It's a tube.
My stomach was being demanding.
I get that.
Wow, that looks good. Okay.
You happy?
Oh, yeah, so I tested it out and I ran a test stitch and it looks good. So we are back in business.
Great.
Yeah, so nobody's gonna see the
Thank you,
bobbin
Jessie.
side of this. Yeah, whatever. Nobody's gonna be looking inside. So I think because I don't know. I'm not gonna try and understand. I just know that I'm back in business. Line up my stitches again. Let's get right on there. All right. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't moving, but it was making it just wasn't moving. Thank goodness it was.
It might have just wanted to take a break. All I'm doing with all the noise you just heard me making was moving the clips off of the bed of the machine and off to the side. I decided I didn't like the way the top of this was laying, so I'm going to open up this zipper and stitch it down.
Yeah, I got that two-sided Fusible fleece at Hobby Lobby last week during their 30% fabric sale. So I'll be making sure that I get it then during that week as well. So everything that I got, what else did I get at Hobby Lobby? I mean, the thread is always 99 cents unless you get the bigger spools, then they're not. But what else did I buy there? I got the Fusible.
Didn't you get the zipper?
I got the zipper there, but it was not on sale. Those notions don't go on sale. You said I got the Fusible. Oh, the vinyl, the plastic. The vinyl I got there, and that was 30% off too.
Great.
And because this is the red one, this was $9.99 a yard, but
and that vinyl, if I'm not mistaken, is like 60 inches wide. So she has plenty of vinyl that she can make probably at least 2 more of these. of varying sizes. And it is I prefer to use the thicker vinyl for this. She said it's the one with the red paper. And the first one I made, I used a thinner vinyl, and I didn't enclose the vinyl in the seams well. And because it was a thinner vinyl, it did pull and it came apart. So I was like, lesson learned. Remember, always use a thicker vinyl, and absolutely make sure you enclose those edges of the vinyl within the facing. That way you won't have those problems. And I still use that other bag. All I did was put duct tape on the front where the vinyl was coming off, because I refused to give up the bag. And I knew if I took it apart, I would have to cut out the vinyl pieces to put or replace it with a different vinyl piece. And since the bag was totally constructed, I didn't want to do that much deconstructing and still want to use the bag. So I found a piece of duct tape that was the same color as the core fabric and the same type of pattern, and that's what I used to tape that edge together.
There, now I see 755.
Yay.
Woo! Oh, man.
What?
It's a mess.
Is it a mess from where you restarted or a mess from the beginning?
Yeah.
Or you don't like the stitching line?
No. No. Oops. Wrong camera. So, yeah, see this? It didn't even catch.
You can put it back under the machine and stitch that place to connect the line.
And this is...
You're going to cut off those stray threads, and it's going to be on the inside, and sight's going to be unseen.
Yeah, that's going to be unseen, because this is going to get stitched up to the zipper, right? Or
the bottom, whichever way you decide to put it in there. Because the vinyl isn't a directional piece per se. There's no right or wrong side to the vinyl.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Can y'all still hear me?
Can still hear you, and now we have our visual back.
Yeah, I tossed the other foot into that box there, and then I was like, oh, I didn't know it was gonna like be. All right, so
you're just gonna restitch that part that didn't stitch down. You're just gonna connect those two lines.
So,
so you're gonna start
up. It's folded over here. Am I gonna like?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See, it's in here too.
So here is these are the choices I get to give you. You've already poked holes in your vinyl,
right?
Because you stitched. So if you unpick it, and to restitch it, you run the risk of poking closer holes together, which will put a slight tear in the vinyl, versus you just put it back up underneath the machine and let it go, or cut a totally new piece of vinyl and redo the facings. Because this is the one thing about vinyl is unforgiving. Once you stitch and poke holes in vinyl, you have holes poked in vinyl. So the question is, how badly does that bother you? Right.
So another thing is that I can cut this off, and then this is my new, so then it's just a shorter.
Yes. And if you cut it off, don't forget, you're still going to either make a new facing piece for that edge or pick that out. So that
Right.
those are your options. So you could pick it out, then cut it off, and then restitch it.
And then also readjust the size. And see, that's why for those in the chat, that's why it's really no pattern, because now if I choose to do that, I'm losing a
Half
I'm
an inch, or
losing
half to 3/4
I'm
of an inch
losing
of the
three
window.
quarters I'm losing 3/4 of an inch of my vinyl. And so I'll be readjusting
Yep. You'll bring
um
the bottom up by
mhm,
that amount.
mhm.
Or yeah, the bottom up because the top is kind of in the top spot because you put the handles in. So the top is where the top is going to
Yeah,
always
so the
be.
bottom will be
So that means the
readjusted.
bottom will come up that distance.
And I know you're all on the edge of the seat waiting for my decision.
I
What
know
is
what
she
she's gonna
going to
do.
do? Please
I
tell
know
me.
almost exactly what she's gonna do. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not gonna say it yet.
Okay, I'm just going to go. I mean, I'm not going, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to see first, restitching this. It's my bag. Of course, if I was doing it for a client or a gift to somebody, I would totally redo it. And I probably would have just cut it down. I would just cut that down and then, like you said, make another strip
Yeah.
or just put in a movie and undo all that. But I'm just going to go ahead and try and stitch this. I'm going to first try and stitch this.
Right. And you don't know how it's going to behave until you start working with it. That is the other thing about vinyl sometimes. You just don't know what it was to do until it does it. I mean, and I don't get me wrong, I do enjoy working with different vinyl projects, but yeah, sometimes it can be a pain and very particular, and sometimes not.
Yeah, I want to get that fabric underneath there.
And one of the other things you really haven't heard me say on this project is to backstitch. And the reason why I haven't really said anything about backstitching yet is because all of the seams are enclosed in something else. So it's reinforced and you don't need to backstitch. When we get to doing the sides, we will backstitch the top and bottom to make sure our facing is, or our binding is stitched down and good and anchored in. Are you happy? Is it okay? Do you like it?
Let's just say no. Let's just say that my the my professor that taught me tailoring would not be happy at
Uh-huh.
all. Just the inside of your fabric should look as beautiful as the outside. And right now, neither one of them is beautiful. But
Well,
um,
if you like, you can cut it off, get you a new facing piece, and restitch.
we are not going to do a part 3.
Okay. We're closer to being done than you think.
I know. It's just, yeah. So this part I'm not worried about because this is on the inside. I've went through that. So like if these stitches come undone because they're all botched up, it's stitched over. And then so it's this here, which let me see if it's even stitched now. Okay, it is stitched now, but so from here to here, it's like remember when I said it was puckering, and so
Right.
that's when it was doing that because it was shifting. And so the vinyl itself was no problem at all. It wasn't sticking. When I did see like it stick, I wasn't stitching. I pulled it up. So I'm going to go with it. This will be the bottom. So now do I do it on this side?
Absolutely.
And so then this side is going to be beautifully perfect. And then that side's going to go with the zipper.
Absolutely.
So I do this the same as I did this one. I enclose
Absolutely.
this. Okay.
Yes. Easy project. Easy, easy project.
All right. So I'm making sure, okay, they all see there's nothing wrong with the binding. It's not, sometimes when you do this, then one side didn't fold
It, it's
perfectly.
actually the feed dogs. Because if you remember with
Yeah.
the feed dogs are pulling the bottom of the fabric at a different rate than the needle is pulling the top of the fabric. So
Yes.
when you get those little puckers and all those little things, it's almost always about the feed dogs. And the feed dogs are the little grippy, zigzaggy looking pieces on the bottom of the sewing machine, if you didn't know.
That would tear up your knuckles if you.
Absolutely. Miss Gail, I will be right back. I have to step away for a moment, but
Be
I will be
right
right back.
back.
Oh, I didn't even realize the other camera went off.
Oh, I saw something move, but it was at the same time that a phone call was coming through.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here. I know some of you will be leaving for work or leaving from work right now. Oh, that would be
That's me asking the other camera to come back in.
oh. All right, let me get to that. And you might have to ask again. Let me get over to the cameras. Still waiting. Um okay, so now that disappeared, so it must be all right. Oh, what just happened? Uh-oh, did I lose you now? Oh, it says 4. Okay, there you are. Okay. TSM. All four cameras are on, but I only see 3. Let me see. The fun part of doing live stream. Okay, so now I see all 4. Okay, so I can turn the chat back on. We'll wait for her to come back. Well, we're not going to wait. I'm going to continue sewing. Whew. Okay. All right. So again, I went ahead and stitched. I mean, not stitched. I put this on and I'm lining it up. So it might not have done that if I did the 1/4 inch seam like she um, um, had said. I like doing 1/8 inch for when I'm doing like a top stitch kind of thing. Thank you, Rushi.
I have returned. I see you have it up, but it is.
So the video is off.
Is it? Okay.
So maybe the 3 dots.
I am shifting it for just a moment so I could actually. Who knew you had that one? Yeah, don't think you guys want that big a picture of my face. That's for sure. I'm going to back out of it and come back in because it's just not behaving right now.
I know when you.
I'm actually going to reboot that particular tablet because it really is not happy.
Okay.
So we will wait for it to come back up and we will keep pressing on.
We're gonna do a happy dance, happy dance.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Perfect. So
Yay,
this
yay,
is the
yay,
part
yay,
that's
yay.
going up against the zipper.
Right.
And then this one with the puckers is going down at the bottom. Okie dokie. So thank you, Jessie. Thank you, 755. Woo. I was like cringing, as far as like if you were to take my blood pressure, it'd be high. And that's why with me uh cringing, it was, and my stomach saying, no, if you're gonna like put pressure on me, you better put something in me. So got me a protein shake. And so I'm telling you, this is looking good. This is looking good. As long as this behaves.
Okay, Miss Gail, I think it's ready for you.
All right. All
I
right.
apologize for that.
Oof. You are live.
Yay, we are back.
Oh, this was such a good choice to use this grunge up here. It's so pretty with this zipper. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some more zippers and make some more different things. So another thing, I had seen somebody do, and it was a quilt thing. I don't know the name. The video was really old, but it's a quilt company and they make quilt blocks. And so anyway, they did a quilt block as the back, and then they did quilted fabric for the top and the bottom of the front. And
That sounds interesting.
yeah, so that would be, so for those that are making like quilt blocks but not making quilts, that's another option for you. And so and again, there was no pattern. They just used a certain size quilt block and did whatever much top fabric to add to it. And so all right, here we go, y'all. Let's see. Huh. So this is all in my way. So let me zip it a little bit so I can get it under here. Mm. And this doesn't matter that they're not evened up, right? Because it's going to be underneath. It's going to get binding.
Absolutely.
It's
Again,
not
what I love about
not
this
that much
project.
off, but it's like a half inch off or a quarter inch off.
You okay over there?
Yeah. No, I took the pin out and I mean the clip out and when I pushed it the zipper went that way.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean I wasn't stitching, I was like adjusting myself in my chair. Taking a breath.
Take a breath. We are almost done. You're about to make your tube. We're gonna stitch up the sides, put the side binding on, and your bag will be done.
Yep. Oh, that's when so when I pull this out, that's when the zipper comes out because it's clipped to the zipper. Um, that's what's happening. It wasn't that I looked away, it's because I pulled it out with the zip with a clip. All right.
Okay.
So I'm getting the hang of this where it's like my edge of my fabric is at the 3/8 mark on my throat plate. And so it's giving me the stitch that I want. Um,
Right. And by the way, guys, this is another place. If you want to get fancy with your stitches, you can use those decorative stitches on your machine. So this is after you initially stitch the zipper down, you could actually come back in, go into your machine, use one of them fancy fun stitches and call it a day. She's sewing on top of the fabric. She
yeah.
should be sewing with it on top of the fabric. So this
So
side, the zipper isn't encased. The zipper is on top of the is on the fabric. I have done this where I've encased both sides, where I had two separate pieces of fabric and I sandwiched the zipper, the vinyl between the two pieces of fabric, and then I went back through and I sandwiched the zipper in. I'm just not that good at sewing that part down like that. So I chose to simplify that for this.
I was feeling something under there, but
Did
it's
it get
all
a little
good.
bulky? Did it bunch up?
It's
Is that what you were
no,
feeling?
no, it's just the edge of the zipper. Um,
Okay.
because I got up in there. Okay, so here's um it's so cute.
Don't you just love it when a plan comes together?
Well, I knew it'd come together in my mind, when we were planning it out. And then it was just like, but going through the steps, it just like, and then the things, seeing what to actually doing it for the first time and seeing what I need to be mindful of next time, with the fabric gapping and stuff. But I mean,
Right.
it looks so beautiful. So, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and make this camera bigger so I can show you um, what Miss Tracie had explained. So let's see, which camera am I going with? Let's see what this is. All right, so that's my phone camera. Okay, so this here's the first one that I did right here. So this is the fold, and I encased the zipper inside of that. This part is going to get stitched to the top part of the bag. This part here is I just did that part. Okay, then the next step was to encase the vinyl. So I encased the vinyl down here. This was the first one, and that's the one with the pleats in it. You don't want the pleats. And then I encased the vinyl. So you encase the vinyl on both sides. And so this is the folded edge going up against the bottom of the zipper, bottom for how I'm doing it, because I wanted the zipper on the left side because I pull to the right. So, so all of this is done now. And I love
Time
it.
to make the tube. Yay, yay, yay. So did you think it was easy? I mean, you didn't think it was that hard, right?
Yeah, you can see that oh, it's not hard. It's just, and the vinyl was not a problem, because it didn't stick, because
Right,
you're stitching it. So
right,
when I was stitching, I was just mindful of having, my hands here and not
right,
touching the vinyl at all. Because you're pressing down on the
right.
vinyl, of course, it's going to stick to your table. But yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. So I am I'm not going to stop. Oh, but look at look how that ended up.
And it's fine.
Which I
Because
know,
we
I
can,
know that doesn't, yeah,
yeah, yeah, you're gonna be fine. Because we're gonna cut off all that part that don't work.
yeah. So that's good. All right. So now what are we doing? Are we gonna match this up to the top part, or we doing the bottom? Doing the top part first?
Top part first.
I figured I changed that from a question to we're gonna do that because the top part is the part that because of the handle.
Yep.
If you didn't put a handle, thank you, So Pearl Creations.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's really nice. Yeah, and her project coming out really well. Oh, yes, Anita, she did put a pocket in the middle of hers. I don't have a pocket in mine, but she has a pocket in the middle of hers.
Um, so imagine bias tape, Anita. Imagine bias tape. So that's basically what we created, except for you don't worry about being on a bias. So it's an
Right,
opening, and then you encase it. So for the top part of your zipper that's going to get attached, you encase it. And so here is the fold part that's going to get attached to the top part of the project. And then for the bottom part, for this part, you're encasing the vinyl on both pieces. So these are a 3-inch wide strip of fabric. You need 3 of those for your facing pieces. You need 3 of those. And then the for the handle, I did a 4-inch strip, and to make it a little wider. But then for the side pieces that we are going to do once we attach this in there, those are also 3-inch. But we haven't done anything with those yet.
Not yet.
So those are still
So,
3 inches. I haven't ironed those yet. Okay,
right.
so
Her next step is going to make it look like this, where she's going to attach the vinyl. So that is going to be her next step, is attaching the vinyl and making the tube.
okay, so here's mine. Here's my handle. Here is my spout. Tip me over and pour me out. Okay,
You're gonna have me
so
singing that by the end of the day.
I've been singing it since you said, and for your, here's my handle. And I go, keep thinking about that song. So here's the pocket. I made a pocket, and I did it with the grunge because, so my fabric, so this is the purple, and then this is the lavender of the same patterned fabric. And so then I had this grunge, and so I just went ahead and used that for that and for this piece. And then
So for this,
my side bindings is out of the lavender. So
for
it
this
matches
part,
so it
you're going to
matches my
put them
handle.
together, right sides together. So pretty fabric to pretty fabric is how you're going to stitch it. You want to double check to make sure that your zipper is going to open in the direction you want it to go.
Okay, so here is my top, and this is where I want it to go.
Okay,
So
so then you're
then,
gonna just flip that top piece over. Flip it over, right, so then it's right side to right side. You're gonna clip it and stitch it.
and I don't need to worry about the placement of that, because we're going to before we'll adjust this
Yep.
when we're getting ready to stitch the binding on, correct?
Yeah, actually, you're not worrying about if you have extra on either side. Nope, we're not worrying about that until after we stitch the sides together, and after we stitch do our initial stitch of the sides being together before we put the binding on. Then we're going to true up the sides.
Okay, so I can put my regular foot back on.
Yes, you can. No more need for the zipper foot. You can put your regular foot back on.
Because this clear zipper foot was driving me crazy. And because, I'm more of a measurement kind of girl. All right, so I'm going to put it in here because I almost threw it in my clip.
No, we don't want to lose it. It'd be lost for a while.
That would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, or a piece of straw in a haystack. There we go. See, that was so much easier. All right, here we go.
So you're just going to clip that edge. You're going to clip it to the edge. And you can stitch it with a 1/4-inch seam.
There you go with your 1/4-inch seam.
You can. I mean, well, don't forget that piece is only
I will be doing a 1/4-inch seam on this.
Right. So if you think about it, that piece is only 3/4 of an inch wide. So you don't have a lot of room to play. But you're also giving a different pop of color. So it's just it's a reinforcement for the zipper. It's a reinforcement reinforcement for the vinyl. And the way Miss Gail chose to do it, it's a pop of color. The way I did it, it's also a pop of color because it's the green against this very busy Mario fabric.
Okay. All right. So we don't have to worry about vinyl anymore because it's all in
Yep.
place. Encased. New word.
It is encased. Yep, it's encased. Yep, the vinyl is enclosed on the longer edges, so you don't have to worry about the vinyl anymore. The next time we're going to be dealing with the vinyl is when we stitch the sides down. But because we're going to stitch it where the fabric is on the bed of the machine, we're not really going to have to worry about the vinyl.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Just had to test out where, making sure that's the 1/4 inch. So the next time you see me making this, it's going to be faster.
Of course, it always takes longer to do the first one. And then you think of things to improve when you make the second one, or new ideas or new embellishments when you do the second one, or even the third one, or in my case, the fourth one.
Yeah, and when I'm doing this not live, I won't have all these cameras and everything in the
Right,
way.
you'll have
That's,
room to do all of the things and shift all of the
yeah.
ways. I understand. I get it.
Yep, this is much easier.
Right.
Um, Are y'all ready to
So
see?
before you do the bottom part, I want you to flip that piece out.
Yep, I was going to because I want to see.
Right. Okay. Do you like the way that looks?
No, it needs to be top stitched.
Okay. And so before you do the top stitching, I want you to make sure, yeah, that you go up underneath and you pull all of that into the bag. And you do have the ability with that side, if you wanted to, you could pin it down before you
Oh, I thought
stitch it. But if you get it flat enough, you can just stitch it. So at one point, I did pin a couple places on it to make sure that it laid exactly where I wanted it to be. And I did top stitch very close to the edge of the facing piece for the zipper to make sure that that all was caught up in the top part of the bag. Did that make sense to everybody?
I'm moving the, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you see, yeah, you're pushing because you want all of that bulk to be on the bag side. On the
Yeah.
inside, you want it away from the zipper because you don't want to you don't want it near the facing. You want to push it as far over as you possibly can. So for me to do it successfully, I just dropped a few pins in it because it's okay. You can now pin that part because that is actually all fabric because it's all zipper. There's no vinyl in that whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay, so need to
And you can, as a top stitch, make it a longer stitch, slightly longer, like bump it up to like a 3.0. I just stitched mine the same default as I've been stitching.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out because it's going to be covering where my washi is. So I'm trying to figure out where an 8 is.
Oh, are you going to shift the needle to get to that spot?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Um, so let me get under here and get.
And you'll be able, if you're making this project, you will be able to feel whether or not the zipper on that part of the facing is caught up underneath the bag. And I can unzip and show.
You know what?
So this is
I
what
just
she's
unzipped and got
trying
rid
to
of
do.
it.
Oh, she's making sure that she pulls this piece right here to the back, and then she's going to top stitch it down so it stays down, and it will be hidden within the top part of the bag.
right, ready to roll.
And all I'm doing right now is clipping my one side seam closed, and I am using clips for this only because I am clipping part of the vinyl, so I just thought I'll use clips for the whole thing.
And thanks again so much, Tracie, for your
You
instructions.
are welcome.
I know you had other things to do today, but I did not want to wait until next Monday to finish this.
Not a problem. We are good.
So I'm glad you changed your schedule. Giving the daytime crew an opportunity to see this because not everybody is a night owl.
Understand.
Thank you, Ruji. Ruji, my next one is going to be red.
Don't play. You know, I told you that's my favorite color.
Oh, yours is red too?
No, I mean, red is my favorite color. So I actually tend to make a bunch of stuff out of red. I also like a lot of animal prints. So, like the leopard spots, the cheetah spots. So, I tend to make a lot of bags like that as well.
Yeah. Purple was my utmost. Everything had to be purple. And I still like purple, but like blue is my favorite. That's what my logo colors are. So, but I had this fabric already for a different project, and because I got my electric bill, I'm like, okay, I can't buy fabric. I have to use what I have, and this is so beautiful.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you had something that you can use.
And this is going to be my rhinestone project bag, so it's perfect because because Eve is purple. So okie dokie. Yeah, my great granddaughter is Team Red, and so I'll be making her a red one. Now that one will be really customized because I'm going to be doing something different on that. I'll be
Ooh, I
doing
can't wait to see. You
me
got ideas.
too, because it's going to be an art bag and it's going to have um so I'll be having, like you suggested, pockets on the outside, and I'll make where they have channels so that the colored pencils and stuff can go in. All right, so this is what I have so far. Here's my handle, and
Yeah.
and then and here's my zipper from the, well, if it's facing me, it's on the left side. Okay.
Don't
So
you
then
just love it when a plan comes together?
yeah, it looks so pretty with the grunge and with the flowers. So all right, so there we are.
Ooh,
And so our next step is to
We're
bring up
making
the
the
bottom.
bottom of our tube. So you're going to you're going to again do it right sides together. So you're going to attach the bottom of the vinyl to the bottom edge of the bag.
Oh. Okay, so again, we don't need to worry about, we're just attaching them and making our tube. We're not worrying about the positioning of how long to make
Nope.
the, we're placement. We're not worrying about the placement. Okay.
Nope. Not
So
yet.
all right.
And because it's a tube, she doesn't have to open the zipper.
Okay, so getting my side. So this is my true side because that's the side we ripped. So that's the side I need to make sure is correct. And then we will adjust the other thing. I'm trying to avoid saying side piece because, that kind of sounds,
Don't make
it
me
kind of
laugh.
sounds like a relationship plus.
I know. That's why I said don't make me laugh.
I run a clean show over here.
I
Night
know.
Owl.
I'm sitting over here like, oh, she trying to make me laugh. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, night out crafting after midnight, it can go off the rails, to a certain extent. Okay. All right. So here we are. We're all looking so pretty. And then see, I have that much extra here, just on that side.
That's no
So
problem. Again, when we stitch down the sides, we will clean that edge up.
yep. But just making sure, not that it matters. We just have to worry about this edge. Okay.
Right. And that's why I said with this, I tend to like using the width of the fabric and coming in, but that's also why you can make this bag as wide as you want, as tall as you want. However you choose to do it, because it's totally customizable to how you choose to make it.
Still light outside, which is a good thing. 4 o'clock.
True, in another month or so, we won't be able to say that.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
Are
Are they talking about keeping it as is right now? Wait.
Ain't no telling with daylight savings.
So see, I don't know about the standard time and daylight savings. That's why I just say central. I don't say whatever. I don't do the daylight savings thing, whatever. So anyhow,
Right.
they're saying that we're not going to fall back. We're going to stay spring forward. But they've been saying that for many years.
Haven't they? And the only reason why you guys are seeing me like roll this fabric is because this other tablet is at the edge of the bed. And so I'm trying not to blind you with fabric or run into you or knock anything over. Otherwise, I wouldn't be rolling it up like that. I'd just be letting it go.
Okay, so I'm doing a 1/4 inch seam on this one, correct?
Correct. And just so you guys can see, I just stitched the side edges up. So I'm just trying to be one small step ahead of Miss Gail to make sure I can troubleshoot any issues that she might have, although I'm sure she doesn't have any. And so we, from this step, only have 2 more things to do, which is true up the edge and then add our binding. So I'm going to slide over here, and that's over here as into my left. And I have a cutting board and a ruler, and I am going to cut off all of the wonderful excess vinyl and zipper and all of those things from my edge.
I'll make it to dinner on time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Wednesday's family dinner day. And if they sent me a text saying they canceled it, I don't know, because I got that off. All right, I am good to go. I moved my needle back into the center. So now I can use the edge of the presser foot, the right edge, as my true 1/4 inch. What am I? Okay. Here we go. The last stitch for my tube.
The last stitch for you too.
Ow. I grabbed a hold of the pin.
I definitely forgot to change the blade on the rotary cutter. So I'm going to go get
Just so the chat knows, the vinyl is up here, totally not creating any problem of sticking to anything because I'm stitching on this binding that we made.
Probably because I'm sitting down. Yep, it was because I was sitting down. So as you see, I cut off all the little excess. I will unpick this extra part that's over here for the zipper, and then we can use this part of this zipper in another bag.
Oh yeah, because yours is by the yard.
Yep, and we still have one more zipper pull.
Yep. I know that's going to be one thing is like when I get, so like yours came with X number of pulls in the kit.
Yes. But I have gone on Amazon and I have just ordered zipper pulls. So you just want to make sure when you're doing that, you know that if you have a number 5 zipper, you order zipper pulls for number 5 zippers. Or if you're using a number 3 zipper, you order zipper pulls for that. And the difference between the zippers is the width of the teeth. The number 5 zipper, the width of the teeth are 5 millimeters. The number 3 zipper, the width of the teeth are 3 millimeters. Number 3 zippers, a lot of times are primarily used in clothes. Number 5 zippers are primarily used on bags, but I'll be honest with you, I will use a number 3 zipper on a bag in a heartbeat if it's the right color and I don't have to go buy one. So I trued up and cleaned up my other edge now, and this was the amount of fabric that I cut off on the other edge.
Okay. All right. So now I need to top stitch this side.
Right. So in order to do that, Miss Gail, you are going to open up your zipper because you want to make sure it's on the top of the fabric and you're not stitching the bag closed or
Yep.
together in the wrong spot. So you're going to open up the zipper and that will allow you to put that part in the bed of the machine. And you may have to do a little bit of maneuvering when you get down to the bottom, but it's easier if you just, again, like I said, open up the zipper and stitch and go.
Oh yeah.
And I start with I start when I do stitch that part down, I start where the zipper is open the widest, and then I stitch it down to the narrower part because then you can like shift it on the bed to get it to stitch all the way down. Does that make sense?
We'll get you can explain it again when I get there.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's where I'm starting is at the open side.
And all I'm doing right now is attaching my side binding.
Now, because the vinyl is exposed to my bed, I want to make sure that I'm putting my fingers, I can't see. I want to make sure I'm putting my fingers on the fabric and not putting my hand on the vinyl when I'm pushing it through. Let me see. And I shifted my needle to the left again so that I can do a close to the edge, a top stitch. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, what about if I move it to the right? Let me check that out. If I move it to the right and stitch here, what do I get? Well, it's still getting me a quarter. Hmm. Hello, Evelyn. Good afternoon, ladies. I have been watching you today on the big screen. Great progress on your bags. Thank
Thank you.
you.
We are almost done. Yeah, clip. So all I've done is I have pinned, say it correctly, I have clipped my binding edge to the back side of my bag. I folded down a 1/2 inch on the top edge, top and bottom, so that it'll be a finished edge against the side. And I am going to stitch that down. One of the reasons why I like doing this and doing it with the fabric is when you're cutting your facing strips, if your fabric is 44 inches wide, you've cut it in half, that makes it 22 inches wide. When you go to do your facing pieces, it's going to be 22 inches wide. It's going to be, so it'll automatically fit. There's not a lot of extra that you're going to need to cut off. If you're starting with 1 yard of fabric and you're to make the bag, when you cut the other fabric, the width of fabric, you will have enough little edges left over to tuck it in. So it'll make a nice even finish and you're not fighting. Because nobody wants to fight. And I started making my bindings using 3-inch strips instead of the standard 2.5-inch strips, because there are times when I'm not absolutely perfect about stitching, especially on a quilt, stitching a 1/4 inch off the edge with, you've got your top, you got your batting, you got your back, it's thick. And I've found that if you have a binding that's 3/4 inch, I am much more successful in making sure that that's all stitched. And when I bring the binding from the back to the front, everything is enclosed and I don't have to fight with it. So I admit I tend to do a 3-inch binding, and there's nobody and nothing to tell you how wide those bindings need to be. It can be whatever you want it to be. So if you want it smaller and you stitch better than I do, you can make it smaller. So I am now going to stitch the back, and then I'm going to pull that fabric around and stitch the front, and one side will be completely finished. I will back stitch on this just to give it a little bit more added security, but again, basically the only place that you back stitch.
Perfect. Oh, in the bush is preparing for living room, dining room, painting, and remodeling. All right.
Ooh.
Don't have too much fun over there, Evelyn. be sure and put your puppy up, because that painting is gonna look fun to him. All right, so I'm all stitched up. So next thing is I'm going to press my 4-inch strips, right?
Before you press those strips, I want you to go ahead and stitch down the side edges of the bag. So those are already stitched down.
Okay, so then I need to figure out my placing again.
Right. Now, on this seam, I took a big seam. So I didn't do 1/4 of an inch. I did a 1/2 of an inch. And the reason being, when I choose to true up my edge, I'm truing it up from my stitching line that I stitched down, not the side of the fabric. So I would start with your, that side of fabric that is the true edge. I would
Yeah.
start with that one. And then I did a 1/2 inch seam down that side. Does that make sense?
A 1/2 inch seam down the true edge.
Yep. And that's actually the only time you really do something that's not a standard 1/4 inch.
And I'm making sure I'm sticking my hand in here and making sure that this fold is flat. No fabric gapping in there.
Right.
Tracie Rougie says she loves your fabric.
Oh, thank you. This is my daughter's thing. Where did we get this from? Michael's. There's a Michael's here in Vegas that's out near one of the casinos, and they actually have the biggest fabric selection out of all of the Michaels that I visit. And yes, I will visit more than one. Fortunately, in Vegas, we have quite a few Michaels. Yeah. And so when we are in that direction, I have a doctor that's near it. And so we went right after the live, and I say we, my daughter and I, we went after last week's live where Miss Gail asked me to show her how to use the Fusible fleece and do this project bag. My daughter was like, I want you to make me one. And I said, okay, what fabric do you have? Are we going through the stash? And she went, now I want something new. So since I had a doctor's appointment out there, she went with me, and this is what she picked. But the vinyl and the zipper, we actually already had.
Um, so Procreations, I don't know if she answered it or not because my feed
I'm
isn't
sorry, I didn't
really.
see.
Oh, no. She's asking Evelyn
Oh,
what breed her dog is.
I
So let
was
me
going to
see.
ask that.
Yeah, it's a Great Pyrenees.
Oh,
It's
big
like
puppy.
it's a mini horse. I mean,
Yes.
it's 6 months old. I think it's 6 months old, might be 7 by now, but and it's already above her knees, taller than her knees. I'm going to need steel toe boots because his big feet keep going on top of. So a funny story, when we lived in Colorado and we had, the snow, and we had a puppy, and and I had told the kids when they took, they all had to take turns. Nobody wanted to take them out in the snow, but anyway, um the I told them, be careful when his name was George. Be careful when you're walking George because there's a big dog that's I've see in the that's been hanging around where we take him to the things. And then when it was my turn to take the dog out for a walk, I noticed it was George making those big old. Oh my god! So he was um, a Springer Spaniel Black Lab mix. Absolutely
Ooh.
beautiful, absolutely smart. And so anyway, but because of the Springer Spaniel has the feathering around, on the feet, I didn't see that those were his big paws creating that. So anyway, it was like one of those laughable moments when you discover it. Okay, so had to figure out where my half inch is on this.
Not a
And
problem.
yeah, before I stitch on any of this, I'm making sure I'm just testing. All right.
Absolutely.
So
You are so much better than me.
um
I say that because I started stitching the binding down. I didn't like where the needle placement was. I dropped the presser foot down, raised the needle up, and did a needle adjustment. And then I kept on stitching. Which, if you're hearing the little beeps, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a needle adjustment.
okay. Oh, you must have yeah. I have a
Yeah.
mechanical sewing machine. So this is kind of like a base stitch is what we're doing.
I actually put in a regular seam on this. I will be honest with you. I don't baste a lot because I consider basting a waste of thread. So I'd rather stitch it down. And what I mean by that is I know if I put a regular stitch in here, the side is good. When I add the binding, the side is good. When I enclose it, it's good. It's reinforced. And I know that my stitching will never become undone. If something falters with the bag, it's not because I didn't stitch it down good. And I admit I'm bad about that when I sew clothes too, and I will evaluate, when it tells you to baste, I will evaluate, do I really need to baste or can I get away with it? Let me just stitch it once and call it a day. And I admit the first time I make something, a lot of times if it says baste, I will baste, but I will why are we basting? Why are we really basting? Like, can I find a way to stitch it down in such a way that I don't have to baste and it's one good stitch? So I admit I will do that. I'll do that frequently.
Hey, Jennifer Reiki.
Hi, how are you?
We have Tracie back with us. All right. The true side is stitched.
Now time for the other side.
How did this you did was yours like this? Let me turn it over. So I'm stitching it, then I'm trimming it.
Yes, ma'am. And this is how you're going to cut off all of your excess, and off you go.
Jennifer, that's I have Tracie is here. Or did I already say that?
Did you?
I don't know, because I see she said hi, Gail, and chat, and just wanted to let her know. Because she doesn't in she does come in the night owl crafting. If she does, she's
Gotcha.
not in. If she does come in, she's not in the chat. Ooh, I'm having an extreme headache.
Uh-oh, have you drank enough? Have you eaten? Did we need to pause so you can get some food?
No, I'm good. I say I'm good, but
Look, I need you healthy over here. I don't need anything happening to
I
you
do
because we're making
too.
a
I do
bag.
too. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Okay. So this is the reason I asked if um I am just seeing it Mario Brothers. Oh, okay.
Yes, Mario Brothers. And yes, we are all done. Voila.
Woo! I'm so happy to be finished. Just kidding.
Hey, you are closer to the end than you think you are. We did all the hard parts already. And
No,
to
this
me, there
is
were no really hard parts.
yeah. So what I don't understand is how I ended up. So this is a half inch off.
Shifting, stitching, feed dogs, all of the above. And
Okay.
that's why we sew it with a bigger seam on the side, so you can
Yeah.
cut off all of the extra that doesn't belong.
Yeah. And so my true edge, and what we mean by true edge is that's the side we ripped, and the other side,
Is
the
the
other
side
side,
that they cut at Hobby Lobby that they don't always cut straight.
yeah. And this is
Or it's not.
Walmart. And this is Walmart fabric. So
Gotcha. So I don't know if a lot of people know that when they're doing fabric, they actually wind fabric on the bolts wet. So sometimes the fabric gets stretched and it's dried wet. And so when it dries, it'll shrink up. And that's why the folds are not always in the correct place.
so I'm thinking I'm going to have to,
Oops. You're going to have to.
stitch it from the back side because
Right. Not a problem.
so that I can see a half
Right.
inch.
Right. And just be careful that because you're going to flip it over that way, be careful that the vinyl is going to be against the bed of the machine.
Right. Correct.
I was going to say, or you could theoretically draw a line down the side on the front and stitch on that side of the line you draw down the front, depending
That
on how precise you want to be, to keep from putting the vinyl against the bed of the machine. Oops, I was trying to have you propped up. What do I have over here? I keep it from flopping over. You do it? Nope. As you can see, it's loosey-goosey, but it's meant to be loosey-goosey until you start filling it up. but it will hold its shape once you start putting stuff in it. And it's loosey-goosey because we use the double-sided fusible fleece, and double-sided fusible fleece doesn't have any stiffness. If you wanted to use something stiffer, you can. You just have to be conscious of the fact that the stiffer fabrics are going to make it bulkier. And as you add your webbing or add the binding, that's a lot of extra bulk. And I'm just catching these stray threads from when I did my free motion, or what I called free motion, on this. You know, you think you always get all the threads, and then the next thing you know, you see some more. This came out really cute. Anybody got any questions for me? What Tracy said. That's cute, Evelyn.
Uh-oh. What's cute?
She said what Tracy said. I'm like, that's cute. But the other thing about it being so floppy is you can fold it up until you need to use it. I am going to need to lip roll myself. You know, Miss Gail, you could, if you wanted to, go ahead and turn it over and cut that edge and then stitch it.
Okay.
It's up to you how you want to do it. I tend to cut it after I stitch it, but if you think it'll be easier to cut it first and then stitch it, you can.
I'm looking at my zipper hole. And it's not even a quarter of an inch. Let me see if I move that. Okay, so I adjusted that. And I can feel there's no vinyl here, so I'm going to stick a pin. Oh, there it is. So should put a white one in there so I can see it. Okay. I'm really trying to think. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to have to do a 1/4 inch seam on this side.
Why? Because don't forget, if is that the end of the pool or the front part of the pool? Doesn't matter. You're going to pull that out, and when you pull the binding over it, it's going to cover that part up anyway. You're fine.
But my zipper?
Yeah, you're fine. You don't have. You're fine. You can stitch it bigger because when you do the new stitch, that when you do the stitch and add the binding, that creates the new stop for the zipper.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
it does now.
And I get it if you haven't done one of these like that before, it doesn't, you're like, oh, you need the physical stop. Nope, no, you don't.
Remember my
Because
first
we are
zipper.
making, right,
This is
because
my
we're making new stops for the zipper.
okay. That makes sense now. Remember, it's my first zipper, so I'm thinking,
No
okay, so that's
problem.
going to enclose it. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
Remember, no raw edges.
Well, I know, but I thought that it would come up to the zipper, but now it makes sense
Nope.
that we're just going to create a new. So
Right.
I should leave. I don't know. Okay.
You are
Yeah,
going to
I'm
need to
gonna.
leave the zipper pull open. You want to keep it, close to together as you can possibly get it so that when you close it, it does go. And I will show you here on this one. If you see this side
Okay.
right here, when the fabric comes over, it created its own stop. So when I pull the zipper, see?
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
What's wrong?
Well, because I was going according to the edge and I had purposely lined it up on my thing so I could see the underside. The underside is
Um,
on the edge, so I need to like follow that. So this should be correct because this one is okay. And then just seeing through the ruler to the lavender there, which I can't really draw a line on the vinyl. Maybe I can, but probably not going to stay,
which is not a problem that it's not going to stay. You don't
right?
want it to stay. So
No. So I do need to um hmm, yeah, it's I don't think this is going to be correct.
because of the back,
Yeah.
do you want to do it from the back instead of do it from the front? I mean, you can still stitch it from the back. I mean,
Yeah,
you can
that would
still
make
draw the
that
line and
would
stitch it
make
from the back.
that would make much better sense to me.
Not a
Um
problem.
because I can follow that.
Not a problem.
Okay. Um Worry about that later. Okay. Oh, there they are. Mm. Oh,
You're fine.
No, no. My zipper pull, it's gonna go on.
Oh, okay. Now that you definitely need to make sure you pull that back into the middle.
Yeah, it is like gonna, oops.
Yeah, because it'll break your needle. So yeah, you want to pull that into the middle.
Well, I have to remove this now because I did this a rookie mistake and didn't have my needle down. Anyway, so this is just a basting thing, but yeah, okay. Yeah, it would have been like it would have stitched it to the edge and I would have had to take it apart to get to it. Okay. So this is just a stitch. It's not the real
And that
stitch.
actually is going to get covered up with the binding anyway. So
Yeah.
you're fine.
Right. So I mean it doesn't need to be secured is what I'm trying to tell
No, this is
myself.
just roughly stitching the bag down. So yeah, you're not having to fight with all of the layers.
Okay.
And technically what I had realized the other day, as in Monday, I realized if we had stitched this bag, like opened up the zippers and done this stitching on with the lining sides together, you could have turned this bag out and not put a binding on the edge, and your raw edges would be on the inside. But of
That is
course, I
an
thought about that much later.
yeah, that was an option. No,
Right.
you did mention it,
But I
but
like doing it with the
not
binding
live.
to give it another pop of color. So,
Yeah.
and securing the side edges down again.
Okay, so I had no problem with the vinyl.
Yay.
As long as I had my hand down here guiding it instead of on
On top of
here.
it. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And now you can clean up that edge. I would cut off a quarter inch from the stitching to clean up that edge.
I don't know, Tracy.
What do you mean?
Because it's so messed up.
What do you mean it's so messed up?
Well, I
It is
mean,
not
this
messed
is
up.
yeah, so okay, so I'm gonna line up I just have to say it out loud so that I can hear myself talking. So I'm going to line up this on here and then trim a quarter right, because it's like, this is fine. This part is fine. You can't see it. Okay, Jesse. Okay, Jesse, thank you. We'll see you later.
Oh, see you later,
So
Jesse.
this side is fine. And
Okay.
then this side is not. It has a lot more that I have to cut up. So in my mind,
Okay.
I have to get it right, because
So why don't you
with
turn the project?
positional vertigo, the incorrectness of the lines is, I gotta focus on it. So I'm going to line up this. Let me figure out which one is a quarter inch. So I'm going to do the bottom part first. So, all right. So here's my edge. There's the quarter inch. So it's the solid line before. Okay. So, all right.
And that's
So,
the line you want to put on your stitching. You want
yes.
that line on your stitching, and then you're going to cut off everything. And I can't tell, like, if it's going to be to your left or to your right, or what direction that's going to be. So
Yeah.
and so then you're going to cut off all of that excess.
Yes. And so then what I would be left with
Is a quarter
a
inch
quarter
edge.
inch.
Correct. And it's a true quarter inch edge, and it's going to be a clean edge.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so the only part I have to hand cut is this, because it's the metal.
Are you using scissors or a rotary cutter?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I used a rotary cutter.
You can cut through it with the rotary cutter if the blade is sharp.
No, it's through the metal. Oh, I can actually even just remove that.
I know. I mean, and that's what I did on my zipper. Is I have a metal zipper on the zipper teeth are metal, and I just use the rotary cutter and cut straight up the edge of it.
Okay, so
Because
this
I
is
will be changing those.
okay.
The zipper
So,
pull on it.
okay, so this is the metal part that goes across the end of the zipper, the
Oh,
stopper.
that part. Yeah, that part. Got you. Yeah.
I was being real careful because as hard as I was pushing, I would have pushed right through my bones. All right.
Definitely not.
Drama is done with that.
So we have two very clean edges, right?
Correct.
You didn't need to cut off the edge of the zipper on the opposite side? I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. So,
Yep, cut that off. We don't need that part no more.
no more, no more, no more. Hit the road. Jack. Okay. All right. So I have less than a half. I have to leave the house no later than 5:45. It's 5:07 right now.
Okay. You are almost completely done.
Yeah, I gotta be
You
at my
just
family.
gotta make the binding. I mean, do the ironing and stitch it down.
Going to be beautiful.
I'm gonna take a picture of this right quick so I can put it on my Instagrams.
Okay, 755. Oh, Jesse's back. 755 is leaving.
Uh-oh. Okay. Thanks for coming in. So what Gail is doing is from our last 2 3-inch by with the fabric pieces, she's ironing them out. She
Make
is
it
going
4 inches.
to, is that one 4? I thought the handle was 4. Is that one 4?
Oh, okay,
Okay.
never mind. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Right? Right. So
Yeah,
she is ironing it in half. Then she's going to take the edges and bring them to the inside and iron them down, and then fold it back and iron it. So normally what that does is however wide a piece you start with, that means it's going to be divided into fourths when you finish with it, the finished width of it. It also gives you 2 clean edges, so you have no raw edges and no chance of raveling, and it's smooth. So when you attach it to the project and stitch it down, you're good. And this is our last steps. And then her beautiful lavender purple bag will be done with the pocket on the inside.
okay. Shut the iron off because that's the last time I'm using it for this project.
You did both facings, right? Both bindings, sorry.
Yes.
1 and 2. Yep. Shut the iron off, pull it out. And normally when I do these types of projects, I admit I try to do all of the ironing that needs to be done in the beginning and at the start. That way I'm only ironing once and then we're done. It's just sometimes you do things as you get to the steps. And since this is Miss Gail's first time doing it, I wanted her to do it step by step and not necessarily my cheaty ways. Because I admit I'm good for, like, if I can iron everything ahead of time, I will iron everything ahead of time and then we're done.
Oh, me too, because it's too dang hot.
There
Otherwise.
is that. So, first piece, you are attaching it to the back side. Actually, I'm going to do something fun and give you options.
I have no time
because
for
I know
options.
you're pressed for time. You have a question?
Nope. I was just, I had to get that close to see the time.
Okay. So you can actually just open it up, shove your bag into the binding and stitch it down, or you can stitch it like a traditional binding where you open it up, you stitch the back, fold it over and stitch the top. So I'm giving you the 2 options, how you wish to do it. What I did is I opened it up, I stitched it down on the back, I folded it over, and then I stitched the top. That's how I did it. But initially, I was actually going to shove the bag in it and just stitch it down. But then I went.
You had a lot of time.
I know. A little bit.
Okay, so you stitched it from the back, you said?
Yeah, and then the reason why I stitched it from the back, so when I folded it over and brought the binding to the front, the stitching that you first do gets covered up when you bring that binding piece around and over to the front.
All right, so what do we do about these ends? Just fold it
You're
down right
going
now?
to, right, but instead of doing it that way, bring it back into the fold and then fold the ends down. Yeah, and then you're just going to fold, yep. There you just, and you only need to fold it down once. Yeah. So you see how that raw edge is in and it's closed and off you go.
So then I'm folding it, I'm stitching it along this fold.
You're stitching it along the I should have left that piece so you could see it. So you're going to be, I'll use the vinyl as the example because I can put a crease in it. So you will put the folded edge against the back side, and then you will stitch along the fold. And then the top piece should be folded down so that when you fold it, bring it all the way around, it gets enclosed. And see, Miss Gail, with this particular project, there would be no way for you to hand sew because you can't hand sew through the vinyl. So you have to stitch it down.
Yeah. Well, remember when I was sewing, dinosaurs were still roaming around the earth. We didn't have a lot of.
Yeah, right. Dinosaurs.
So my great grands actually believed that, and they says, Gigi, what were the caveman's names? I didn't mention nothing about no caveman.
Oh, well, I guess they figured if you were around, there must have been some cavemen too, right?
No, they didn't. No, I guess they related. If there's dinosaurs, there must be cavemen. I certainly wasn't no cave woman.
I'm over here searching for my pen because I want to make a note when I type up those instructions for you.
Okay, so
Everything that I said.
I'm sorry, what
And where did I put the pen? Gosh only knows where I hit the pen for myself. Okay.
am I oh,
Go ahead.
am I stitching a 1/4 inch seam
Yes, ma'am.
or a 1/2 inch seam?
1/4 inch. No more 1/2 inch seams. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Okay, Miss Evelyn, that was good. Caveman Jorge. And don't forget, when you get to the bottom, you want to fold that bottom edge up as well, so you have a nice clean piece at the bottom of the binding as well.
Yeah, I had to readjust it because it
The vinyl sticking.
It grew. Okay. Can I do the other side before I stitch this one down the rest of the way?
That is up to you. I don't know if you want to stitch that one down the rest of the way to show everybody a finished edge, or stitch the other side. That is totally up to you.
Okay.
No, I was just checking the time because I know what time you told me. And so I was just checking to go, okay, she's roughly got about 20 minutes left. So that is totally up to you.
Yeah, I usually leave at 5:30, so I would have 6 minutes left, but pushing it would be doing the okay, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Right. So then again, all you're going to do is take that binding and bring it from the back to the front. It should be wide enough to cover up your initial stitching. You can either clip, pin, or just let it roll and stitch it down, and you are done with that side.
Yeah. I'm not going to let it roll because it definitely grows. So, thank you, Marlies. But yeah, I see what you mean. So, make sure that it covers that stitching.
Right. And you have enough, you have plenty of room that the raw edge is enclosed, and it will cover that initial stitching.
Yeah. It didn't cover it on the back, but that's okay. I mean, it's covered the raw edges, but there's a, so it just
Yeah,
looks,
you will. Right. You might see a little stitch line on the back. Yeah.
Yeah, because I do.
Consider that a decoration. It's a decorative feature.
Exactly. It's meant to be there.
It definitely.
It's a top stitch. Well, because then when I stitch this, it's going to be another line.
Yes. But the other line, it'll be very much like you said, like a top stitch.
So it'll be a triple stitch.
Yes.
I will work on that, you know. Right now I just need to um get there. Sometimes I rush to get there, you know, so that my son doesn't have to wait because he's coming straight from work, and
Right. I understand.
the
And
beast
it's
needs to
family
be
time.
and he needs to be fed, and so he does wait for me to get there. Um, so I don't want to keep him waiting. Cost him a snack, but yeah, I'll get this side done and then brush off because I want to show the family. So I'll just take this like this, and then when you can send me your picture of your finished one, and then when I take a picture of this one, then I'll put them in a post in the
Oh,
community
okay.
page.
Well, thank you. That's awful sweet of you. Thank you very much.
But Tracie does not have a channel yet, but she's not opposed to do it. They just have to decide because her and her daughter or her friend um, do multiple things. And so they just need to figure it out, come up with their name and the channel. So um,
Yes.
when that happens, I, of course, will be posting it and pushing her out so that when she gets that decision of the channel and stuff, because she could,
Well, thank you.
you know, when you decide on a channel, you have to have at least 50 subscribers to do a live stream. You can post videos and you can post pictures, but you have to have 50 subscribers. So I'll be pushing her out so she can we can get her to that point.
You are so sweet. Thank you very much for the offer and the help.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I mentioned it to my daughter the other day, and she was like, "Oh, I think I know what it should be." And I was like, "Uh-oh, here we go." She's like, "Crafts with crafts," since we do so much.
What'd you say? Crafts and crafts
Yeah,
and more crafts.
right.
This is looking really good.
Absolutely, I could see that from here. I'm like, "Oh, you so good."
Yeah, when I show up with my Gale Design shirt on, they know I'm like just leaving the live stream. Well, the
Look
baby
at you.
doesn't.
It is like 5:30 your time on the dot, isn't it?
5:30 on the dot. All right. So I still have one side to do, but I'll do that when I get back. Um,
That is so pretty, Miss Gail. That I love those colors, the way they came out with the grunge and the different tones. Now you're making me think I need to do another one and like add more colors to it.
We must be, Evelyn must be heading over to somebody's house for dinner. All right. Can't make myself any
Looks,
bigger. Let me see if I can.
looks so good. You did great. So good.
You know what? And this actually does fit on my shoulder. I didn't mean to make it that way.
Don't you just love it when a plan comes together?
Oh, hello there. Oh. So my zipper, my very first zipper.
And no problems.
No problem. Well, yeah, no problems. My first vinyl. And look, I did a
And your pocket.
pocket.
Right.
It's nice and deep.
Right.
So that
Again,
was a
see
10
what
and a,
happens when you
that was
freeform.
a 10.5 inch square. Well, folded. So it finished out to be a 10-inch square. So my strap looks good. Yep, I love it. So my lining and my outer trim and my handle all match. And then all of my front pieces here, facings, and my pocket match. And then this purple. All right.
Absolutely.
So
So good.
when I get home, then I'll finish this edge. Oh, this is the one with the zipper on it. So
And all
when
you're going
I
to do is do exactly that. Pull your zipper into the middle so you're not stitching on top of it. And because you've already stitched down the side, you don't have to worry about a gap or anything because you've already closed that area up. And you're going to do the exact same thing. Stitch the binding on the back, turn it over, stitch the binding down on the front, give yourself a nice clean edge and some fake top stitching on the back.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. And thank you
You are
everybody for the
very
kind
welcome.
words. Both our bags are cute, beautiful. I love the colors and the look of the binding.
Absolutely.
So I love it too. Thank you so much. And let's see. So I have I put the chopping mat. Oh, definitely. So, because this is what I want to do is like have so I could have even made it smaller, but why? But anyway, for this particular project, to put the template in. So when I'm going to do like tomorrow on Patch Hat Crew, I'll be making my birthday, my Leo rhinestones
Gotta do
design.
that.
And then, yes. So Tracie's birthday is Monday.
Yes.
I should just leave all this thread on my shirt and and then throw some water on my forehead.
Yes, show them how hard you worked for your bag.
And I'll go in. Oh, I just had to rush and I just had to like sew and go. Oh,
Absolutely. That
stitch
looks so good.
just had to stitch and ditch.
Yes.
So anyway, y'all, you just can't even see how beautiful my first zipper really looks. I mean, I know pride is a sin, so I'm not going to say I'm prideful over it. I will say that I'm very impressed. Thank you so
It
much,
looks
Tracie,
really
for
good.
your
You are so
patience.
welcome. Ah, thank you for inviting me and letting me show you my little made up giant project tote.
Oh, that's my pleasure. I'm glad that like when I said would you be interested in coming on live with me to show us how to do this? Because there were some other people in the chat that didn't weren't aware of that two-sided
Oh, the fusible fleece? Yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry, I'm looking at everybody laughing.
No worries. Oh, thank you, Jessie.
Oh wait, there's more? Okay. I didn't see all of the chat. Oh, who did I just see? Somebody that was in the bushes. Was it Anna? Did I see? Oh, now I went up too high. Caveman George. Well, I need gumbo, shrimp, and chicken. Oh, are here. I gotta go. Sounds good. Enjoy. Looks good, Gail. I'm interested. Will be there. Say less. I don't know what she's talking to. It's looking real good, Gail. I love the fabric. It's my favorite. Beautiful. And I love the colors and the look of the binding. There's Terry Hunt. Hi, Terry.
Hi, Terry. Sorry, I missed it. I didn't see you. When you see me looking up, I'm looking at the big TV because I can see the comments much better, and I'm not squinting my eyes to read it.
Well, she
And
was in
who's
the
the
bushes.
delay?
She was in the bushes watching and came in and said hello. And gave her comments. Marlise is a purple fan. I know Jesse's a purple fan. Happy birthday, Tracie. Yeah, I almost said, it's like, because I didn't think I would get the material. And then it was just like, oh, I have material. I just need enough for the interfacing or the fusible fleece and the vinyl. And blessings came through. Plus it was
Always.
30% off, which was great. Oh, and I needed the zipper. All right, so it looks okay. There it goes. Both look good. Thank you, Jessie. Looking forward to your channel, Tracie. I need to make one too. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I swear they're easy. And again, it's as wide as you want it to be, as long as you want it to be. You can vinyl, you can not vinyl, you can customize, you can add however you want to add. They're very easy.
So Marlise, if you ever want to come up, join me, whether it be this channel or, I mean, they're all the same channel. But if you want to do Night Owl or Wednesday, you can come up and do either one of those. Just let me know. I was like, what is this? Oh, it's the edge of my pocket. I love it. I love it. Okay, so
yay!
that's what I'm going to do.
Glad you
I'm going
loved
to
it.
stroll in. Too bad that I did this side and not this side, because when I stroll into my family's, they're gonna see the raw edge.
Unless, I mean, obviously you could turn it the other way, even though that means they won't see the pocket and they'd see the finished edge initially. And then you could turn it around and be like, oh, I got a surprise.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Marlise.
Oh, sorry for what? You're fine.
No. Oh, sorry, Tracie.
You are fine.
Oh, because she said Travis. But we knew she meant Tracie.
I figured it out. That is not a problem.
Who knows? That might be the name of her channel.
You never know. Actually, the channel's name is Murray Effects. Because we decided on Murray Effects because we do so many different things and we, put our Murray spin to them. So that's why we decided the name would be Murray Effects. The problem is, what are we going to do on Murray Effects? So that's what we got to figure out.
Yeah.
But now that we realize we can do it with the tablets and don't need any fancy stuff, I think that will spur her on a little better to jumpstart. And who knows, maybe I'll just come on initially by myself and then she'll decide to come on with me.
There you go. Thank you, So Pearl Creations. Okay.
Absolutely.
I hate to stitch and run, but
Get it, got it.
How long? Let me see. Um, oh, there's the time.
Yeah,
Almost 6 hours. Oh my
I
gosh.
know. I know but hey,
See, this is just
it's
proof. Hey, Robin, thank you so
99%
much.
done.
Thank you so much. So they say somebody said that Restream is only 2 hours and they cut you off. That hasn't happened to me. So ever. And so I'm just grateful that they didn't. But I did get a notice from StreamYard that I'm almost out. I'm at 15 something. So that means I have just enough to do the Patch Hat Crew tomorrow night. But then I get my new minutes. I get my 20 hours back on Monday, the 10th. So be good for night out crafting
Perfect
again.
timing.
Huh?
Perfect. I said it'll be perfect timing for you
Yeah.
then.
That's why I do both, because then, doing Restream, then I have I can stretch it out. So I just looked
Gotcha.
at the time and I've got just enough time to have a bathroom break before I hit the road. So
Absolutely. Thank you again, Miss Gail, for inviting
you
me
ladies
to
did an
show
awesome
you a
job
little
and
bit
thank
of what I
you.
know, and I really appreciate it. And thank you for making the project. And thank you, everybody, for being in the chat and being on the live, and even all the people in the bushes.
Yes, yes. So there's 21. And so we will be getting together again. We don't have any plans just yet, but she's got some things that we need to see. If you saw Night Owl Crafting, she did show some of her stuff. I think you did. Did you show your Green Bay Packer bag?
Yeah, and I did bring it over here because I wasn't sure if I was going to get to show it off again today, and I don't know where I hid it from myself because I don't see it. I wonder. Oh, here it is. Let me show it real quick before you go.
Now she made 3 of these. She did a Green Bay Packer, she did a Raiders, and she did a Steelers. And
Right. So this
so
one is my daughter's.
this one has a low top tennis shoe on it. The
Right.
Steelers has a high top tennis shoe, and the Raiders has a high heel.
Right.
And so those designs came from my file addiction as a bundle when she bought it. I don't know if it's
Right.
still a bundle, um but anyway, so I'll be checking it out because my file addiction has sales a lot, and I usually post it because I love her. I love her
Right.
designs. That's where I got my bingo designs from, and a lot of my other ones when I first started, because she does great designs. So I
Thanks,
got to
Tracie.
run, and
Absolutely.
I could still see, our streets are 55 miles an hour, so
You're
we're good.
good.
Yeah, we're good. I don't have to speed. School's not in session yet. So,
Yeah,
all
I'm
right, bye,
following your
y'all.
back because I realized I didn't embroider her name on here. So now I'm trying to figure out how I put her name on here. Okay, I'll have to figure that part out. I'm not sure how I did that now. Huh. All right, we'll figure it out at a later date because Ms. Gail wants to make it. And so, yeah, this is a half yard project of 2 fabrics. So yeah, we'll get it figured out. And when Ms. Gail's ready for that, we can jump on that and
Yeah,
do all kinds
yeah.
of things.
I definitely need to get some fabric for that. I want to do that one for my sister-in-law. I know she doesn't watch me, so I can say that because they're Green Bay Packer fans. And
Gotcha.
so anyway, all right. Love
All
you
right.
all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
And be safe out there. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming.